Okay, everybody, we can now start with the first session of the second day of this conference. This session and the one parallel to it are the only ones without program changes today. So my first announcement is that from 12 to 1 here in the blue room, SYLVIA HARVEY will be in, we'll have a respondent, Rod Stoneman, who organised the Channel 4 season here at the NFT, and more importantly was for many years working in various capacities in the independent film and video department of Channel 4. So that promises to be a lively session. In the parallel session in NFT 3 from 12 to 1, I'm afraid there'll be James Fenwick has had a family tragedy, so has had to rush home, so he can't present his paper. And similarly, back here in the blue room for 2 to 4, David Lee and Catherine Champion have been prevented from arriving by a combination of West Coast Main Line, if you have experienced that so-called service, and also family childcare issues, so they can't present. However, the final session is still intact, fortunately. That is Richard Tate talking about Channel 4 News, which he edited until 1995, when he became the editor-in-chief of ITN. So he has a long time direct experience of Channel 4 News, and he is now Professor of Journalism at Cardiff University. So that promises to be a rip-roaring end to the conference this afternoon. So now, having said that, and if you noting it all down, congratulations. This session is about lost initiatives in Channel 4, and particularly two people talking from different kind of positions about television archive and the response of audiences to television programs. So we have first Paul KERR from Middlesex University, for many years was an independent producer, and he's going to talk from his personal experience of producing programs. The paper is entitled Open the Box to Gogglebox, which is very appropriate, very different approaches to the box. Followed by Richard HEWETT, who is looking at Channel 4's various initiatives in relation to the archiving of television itself. So this is a session which lasts an hour and 45 minutes, so there'll be time for questions afterwards. So Paul, it's up to you.
So I'm just going to talk really not analytically, and I haven't really researched the paper. I'm going to talk kind of autobiographically really about my entry into television and the kind of television programs I started my career by making. So, excuse me if I kind of read this. In early 1984, just over a year and a bit after Channel 4 launched, I got my first ever job in television, writing and researching a documentary for John Wyver about an American TV company called MTM. I'd recently co-edited a book about MTM called MTM Quality Television, still a term that gets bandied about, quality television. And that documentary was called Cat Among Lions, because of the little kitten logo that MTM had. So it was a documentary about an American independent production company, smallish independent production company, made by a small British independent production company. And Illuminations. Illuminations made other programs about television and the media, and I think Richard's going to be talking about some of that later on. Channel 4, well, yeah, just a couple of things about Cat Among Lions. So it was a documentary that Channel 4 scheduled, I think on December the 10th, 1984, and they gave over kind of prime time to a range of MTM shows, which was quite unlike Channel 4 really, because although they relied on buying in lots of American shows cheaply, they'd also, or Jeremy Isaacs had also kind of famously said he didn't want American cop shows on his channel early on, and then Hill Street Blues became part of the kind of the MTM story on Channel 4. And just thinking about it now, it's striking that MTM made lots of dramas and sitcoms with media settings, and the media became the kind of subject area in which the first half or 2/3 of my television career, I guess, such as it was around. So that was kind of interesting. Cat Among Lions was commissioned, and again, I think Richard's going to say a bit about him later on, by Paul Madden, who was commissioning editor for archive and animation and sometimes single documentaries. And it's striking that there was somebody who was responsible for programs about the media, and that was Paul Madden too. At Channel 4, it's not an area of commissioning that I think BBC or ITV had ever up to that point thought it was worth kind of identifying as a subject area for programs, or as for somebody to be responsible for it. But it became a subject area, and therefore an area that ostensibly might have even had a budget, and might have even had some slots in the schedule to be allocated for it, right from the beginning of Channel 4. And in December 1984, right here at the NFT, there was a season of MTM programs which we scheduled as well. So it's interesting that there was that sort of in concert between Channel 4 and the BFI in those early days. The making of that documentary is a kind of monument to my inexperience. John will correct me, but my memory is that I got a phone call. I think he had said, "Do you mind if I pitch a documentary to Channel 4 about MTM, among the other things that he was pitching?" And I said, "Sure." I mean, I didn't know anything about television production at all, but I was a critical viewer, I suppose, and indeed a freelance critic. And I was working at the BFI. I thought, oh, that sounds like fun. And then I think, John, but correct me, you rang me up and said, would you be free to fly to Los Angeles to interview people at MTM for this documentary? And I had never interviewed anybody, never been on a documentary shoot in my life, never, I mean, just utterly absurd sort of question. Of course I said yes, but I don't think that was that untypical of Channel 4. Maybe John was peculiarly generous, but I think there was that sort of investment in inexperience. If people had a certain kind of expertise, which might be, well, I know a bit about MTM, even if I don't know anything about how to make a program about them, that kind of was a sort of qualification in those days. I don't think it is anymore. And that was interesting too. I think thinking about the amount of new companies and new people who were working in television in those early days partly explains the kind of new approaches to program making. Sometimes the amateurishness of program making, but sometimes just breaking the rules quite productively. And that was quite characteristic, I think, of maybe the first few years of Channel 4, that there would be people who never worked behind a camera or in front of a camera or researching or producing or whatever. And some of that relates, interestingly, I think, to, I mean, people have talked about the Channel 4 remit quite a lot in the last few, yesterday. But it's kind of something that comes up every time Channel 4 is discussed, the remit, and the original remit, because it's changed and been diluted and reduced since then. But taste and interests not generally catered for by ITV, educational nature of programs, innovation and experiment in the form of content of programs, and companies not ITV owned. And that was really important, I think. And one of the things that did, that remit, those obligations did, was to kind of put an impetus on the production companies or the program makers or the channel itself, or all of the above, to think critically about the language of television, about the formula, the formats, the forms of television. And I think that helps to explain why Channel 4, unlike other channels, thought it was worth reflecting on film and television in their own output. So right from the beginning, they had John Ellis's series Visions about cinema, and right from the beginning they had Right to Reply, which was a show which was also talked about a bit yesterday, in which viewers were able to go into the video box and rant or critique or respond critically to a show from Channel 4 that they had some kind of objection to. And I think that's related to this kind of slight self-consciousness about the conventions of film and television that was built into the act. Jeremy Isaacs himself said, Right to Reply is the viewer's chance to answer back. It is, in a way, the quintessential Channel 4 programme. The only programme that Channel 4 makes itself, everything else is bought in. Later on, Opinions was also made in-house, I believe. But I think that the idea that it was a quintessential programme because it was kind of letting the people speak, giving the microphone, giving a window somehow to ordinary people to talk, express their own feelings, in this case about television, seemed to be quite important. So Cat Among Lions, I think I got 5 weeks leave of absence from my job at the BFI to go to LA, come back, and then spend some time in the edit or looking at the transcripts and in the edit of the documentary, and then it went out, and I thought, well, that was fun, but that's not going to happen again. It was a strange mistake. And then a month or two later, I got a phone call from somebody who was never heard of again, Michael Jackson, and he offered me a job as a film researcher on a series about television called Open the Box. And that was a series of 6 one-hour films about, documentary films about British television, not American television, British popular television. Commissioned by the Education Department, made in association with the British Film Institute's Education Department. And what was interesting about that, I think, is that the first programme, Part of the Furniture, which was about the television set and the television set's role in people's lives, very different now than then, clearly, but in those days, the television set was kind of the centre of the living room of people's houses in a very kind of 50s way still. And what they did in Part of the Furniture was an Oxford psychologist had put cameras inside the television sets of a number of families and left them there for some weeks and then looked at all the tapes, and they made those videotapes available to Open the Box to show what viewers actually do when the television is on. And that was really, really interesting, probably the most interesting thing about this series, I think, which was that people were talking, reading, kissing, dancing. The television was on and the room was empty, doing the ironing. I mean, all the things that we know that we do when they're watching television, but that nobody ever talked about as being done. Watching absolutely avidly, looking up occasionally, a whole range of kind of levels of attention. And that was really, really interesting, I think. And it showed ordinary people's interaction with television. There was also a programme in the series, the second one, Real People, about ordinary people and the way that they are portrayed in television, the way they're represented in television, as opposed to kind of professionals. There was a show about professional presenters too. Look at me when I'm talking to you. So that was a really different experience of making programs about television, but also about the television audience to a certain extent. So there was a film about real people, a film about television sport, a film about how a new character is introduced in Crossroads, a film, as I say, about presenters, and a film about the kind of violence and sex debates about television and the effects argument. So there are a range of programs about television, debates about television, trying to challenge certain kind of rather lazy reflexes about television and the television audience. And I was struck thinking about Part of the Furniture, particularly again, and also thinking about Right to Reply, how different Gogglebox is from that. I mean, Gogglebox is a hugely successful show, and I'm sure you've all seen a bit of it, if not being regular viewers of it. I have no way of knowing. It feels to me like a sort of reboot of that aspect of Part of the Furniture in a way, but kind of blended with the sort of the banter in the house between the housemates of Big Brother, and maybe the kind of unusable outtakes from Right to Reply, because on Right to Reply, anybody who was acting up or trying to be a personality would immediately have been dropped. But that's kind of absolutely the requirement for Gogglebox, being bigger than life, trying to be a C-lister. And that seems kind of an interestingly revealing difference between Channel 4 then and Channel 4 now to me. The different attitudes, if you like, to ordinary people, as John was saying yesterday, revealed perhaps of either of those first two programs of Open the Box, and then the way that, from Big Brother in the first decade or so of the 21st century, or to Gogglebox since. It's interesting that Big Brother was partly shaped by the same Oxford psychologist, Peter Collett, as had put the TV cameras inside the TV sets for Open the Box. And he was, still is, kind of behavioural psychologist, interesting in observing behaviour, and so he became the kind of, contracted shrink to Big Brother, both advising on the kind of ways in which the behaviour of the housemates could be watched in the first, 5 years or so of the first 4 series of Big Brother. And yeah, that's kind of curious to me. But by the time of Big Brother, of course, that first moment of Channel 4 was long over. I mean, I don't know if it occurs to you, but the idea that Mandy Merck, ex-editor of Screen, John Ellis, editorial board member of Screen, I was on the board of Screen, working for a new television channel, making programs for a new television channel. John Wyver contributed to Screen, SYLVIA HARVEY contributed to Screen. But many of us were making programs for this channel. It's inconceivable that my students cannot get their heads round that sort of idea, and probably they're right not to be able to, because we're in a very different era. But in those days, in that early Channel 4 moment, there was a kind of contiguity between the British Film Institute, where we are now, between kind of screen studies, if you like, and film and television criticism, and the new channel and the programme production companies for the new channel. And after Open the Box, the Michael Jackson, who had been the series producer of that. I'm going to skip that for a moment. He came back with an idea commissioned for a series about the media called The Media Show. And I got a job on that for the first series as researcher, and then as a producer, and then as a co-series editor. And that I'll talk about that in a moment, but you can see the channel was still really committed to making programs about the media. And for something to be as long-running and to have as many shows as that in prime time with a very decent budget, it's really striking. That's why I need to go back to Visions, Large Doors series about cinema. Jeremy Isaacs again said, film culture demand, we have a serious regular program about cinema, but Visions, the Channel Film magazine, never quite caught on. I mean, John has at length in the Experimental British Television book, it kind of explained why it was never really given the chance to catch on, because it was moved around the schedule, it was moved from a magazine program to single documentaries and back again, and it was fortnightly and then monthly, and then, I mean, just different nights of the week, never really had a chance. But that commitment to cinema, as I say, right from the beginning of Channel 4, it started in 1982, Visions, I'm right in thinking, and to television with Right to Reply, and then to the media more generally with the Media Show, which looked at film, television, publishing, the music industry, advertising, the press, was in a magazine series, and first series was fortnightly, and after that, always weekly episodes. Really did kind of confirm the channel's interest in the media, and particularly the audiovisual media. And I think that does relate to the REMIT and to that kind of insistence that the language, the conventions of the media, as well as the industry itself, required kind of investigation, attention. And that was why, for that sort of period, people like me were able to get jobs in it, because we were, like lots of media scholars, very interested in the media. So I worked on this show until 1990, then following Michael, who got tempted to the BBC and ended up at a very senior level before he returned to Channel 4 as chief executive, I did come back to Channel 4 kind of much later. We can skip over Gogglebox, I think you're all aware of it. And I came back to Channel 4 really after running a cinema series for BBC Two for 6 years, with a kind of reputation now not as a TV or media person, but as a film programme person. And so got commissioned by Channel 4 to make a lot of documentaries tying in with film screenings. And what was interesting about that, to me, was the extent to which no longer was I pitching ideas to Channel 4 and seeing whether they liked that idea and wanted to commission it. They were coming to me saying, we're going to show The Magnificent Seven, will you make a documentary about it? We're going to have a Bruce Robinson season, will you make a documentary about him? We're going to run, well, whatever it was, Pasolini's Salo, will you make a documentary about it? We're going to show Japanese film, will you make a documentary about the filmmaker? So it was completely reversed from pitching. It was them having decided what they wanted and coming to a friendly, safe pair of hands, whatever. And I don't know how typical that was, whether that was simply one small department, this kind of acquisitions, film acquisitions department, having a relationship with one or two production companies, or whether that was round about the time, late 90s, early 2000s, when Channel 4's relationship with its suppliers, providers, began to change. But certainly that was very noticeable to me. And by the late 90s, I think I got one idea, maybe two ideas off with Channel 4 that were my ideas, and all the rest of the documentaries, well over a dozen that I made in that period for Channel 4, they came to me with the idea. And no longer would we be talking about new people, new to television, being given the job of producing or directing or researching or whatever. It had become much more professionalized and industrialized. And that's was curious to me. And by that time, so I'm now in the late 90s, DVDs appeared on the market in 1997 with their kind of, director's commentary, behind-the-scenes footage, extras, making-ofs, all of that sort of material. Well, they were the very things that the documentaries I'd been making for Channel 4 and the BBC about cinema had used. So kind of at first, kind of gradually, and then suddenly, that kind of area of production just fell off a cliff. There were no more kind of cinema programs of that kind to be commissioned. There was no budget for them. There was no schedule for them. And I had to reinvent myself, kind of making other kinds of history and arts programs. And soon, 2007, kind of found my way out of television and into academia. Rather pleasantly, one of the last documentaries, in fact, the last film documentary I made for Channel 4 was about the making of the Magnificent Seven, although John doesn't believe me. It was that documentary which kind of introduced me to the Mirish Company, which is the subject of a book that I've got coming out next year. And since it was a book that got me into television, it's quite nicely circular that it was a television program that got me into a book and out of television in a kind of odd way. One of the arguments of the book and of other academic articles I've published since leaving TV is that independent so-called package unit production, and I can talk about that later if people want to know about it, was a key determinant of the kind of films and television programs that were made. When in Hollywood, the vertically integrated system, when production, distribution, exhibition were all in the same hands, when that ended. And similarly, in British television, when the duopoly, where all programs pretty much were made by the BBC, inside the BBC, or by ITV, inside ITV, that stopped with Channel 4 and the independent sector, and a different way of making programs, and to a certain extent, different kinds of programs, and in America, films, resulted. So it isn't, I'm not saying that it isn't, well, I am saying it isn't just the channel that's at stake with threats of privatization, it's also an independent production culture, where occasionally companies have existed, Large Door, Illuminations, others, which have really interesting, critical, cultural ambitions, and the threat to the independence of Channel 4 is also a threat to those kinds of companies, because if Channel 4 is privatized and sold off to the highest bidder, then it's quite possible they won't want to work with hundreds of different suppliers. They may want to work with 20 or 10. And they may well not be interested in new ones owned by program makers. They may want to deal with super indies whose owners are in Hollywood or in France or in Japan or wherever. So the threat to the independence of Channel 4 posed by privatization and the probability, if it goes ahead, of the channel's imminent acquisition by a major media player is that the number and scale of independent producers of programming will be dramatically curtailed too, and with it, the diversity of voices it broadcasts and of the voices in the rooms deciding what it broadcasts, which has been in precipitous decline for many years already, will be further dramatically reduced. I mean, I'll move on. So most of what I've had to say this morning is of limited interest because it's just kind of autobiographical. But I think what it reveals about the trajectory of the channel, and particularly of media programming, is revealing. You know, at the beginning of Channel 4, there was an investment and an interest in mildly critical, sometimes more than mildly critical, programs about film and television, and that had connections with screen studies, with the BFI, with film and television critics. And that, in a very short period of time, shifted to programs being made, perhaps by many of the same people, in my case, but becoming profiles of Brad Pitt and Johnny Depp. Cinema series being presented by Charlie Higson, which was a cinema series I produced or executive produced for Channel 4 called Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Charlie Higson of The Fast Show. A documentary I produced for Channel 4 about the history of the British gangster film, being presented by Ray Winston, rather than, I mean, you know, perfectly fine, and he didn't prevent us saying what we wanted to say about it, although we wouldn't necessarily have had a presenter in the first place. But a huge chunk of the budget got spent on Ray Winston, and not by choice. So I think that, together with the shift that Channel 4 is deciding the subject matter of the programmes, which of course it would always do, but out of, you know, unsolicited submissions previously, but now it's certainly in that area of programmes about the media and the arts to a certain extent, it would be kind of actually approaching production companies with a proposal itself, saying, would you like to make a film about? And do you think it would be a good idea if it was presented by X? That seemed to be putting the shoe on the, well, anyway, changing the power relationship. And it's shifted a signal from, from the independents coming up with the ideas to the channel coming up with the ideas. Today, Gogglebox is the only regular arts or media programme on Channel 4. From a period when it had arts anthology series, music series, obviously film series about cinema, series about television, all of those have gone. I mean, they do run art series nowadays, but they're always presenter-led. They're almost always either got a stunt at the centre or they have a competition basis. So there's nobody who would commission media programmes. It's not in anybody's job description at Channel 4. There is a commissioning editor for arts and topical, but their total output is a tiny, tiny fraction of what the channel did 20 years ago, let alone 40 years ago. And Gogglebox, for me, enjoyable as it is to watch, is a kind of depressingly literal kind of reality television, really. It's if that's what the channel has to offer in terms of a response to let's talk about television on television, I'm not sure it's good enough. I was going to say something about Nadine Dorris, but I don't think we need to talk about Nadine Dorris, do we? She's history. So I'm going to conclude by just saying, maybe unlike many of my peers here today, I'm not kind of sure that I'm got much energy to defend Channel 4 against privatisation. Yes, there's occasional documentaries that are really worth watching, occasional comedy series, and occasional drama, but they are so rare. And there is such a swamp of stuff that I don't understand what it's doing on that channel that it looks to me as if Channel 4 was privatised quite some time ago. I'm not saying it would be a good thing to privatise Channel 4. I really hope it doesn't happen. But I think it could be doing a much better job of defending itself, of giving itself a stronger reason to exist. And one of the kind of bits of evidence it could produce for that change of identity would be commissioning a new series about the media. I think that would be a really interesting thing for Channel 4 to do. Clearly, the media landscape has changed a huge amount in 35 years, but since the media show started. But it would be a really, really useful show for the channel to have, and I'd certainly watch it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. There's obviously a lot there for questions, and I can see people are itching to kind of approach you on that last point, Paul. But the format is that we take both papers and then we have discussion. So I hand the floor to Richard HEWETT as the slide changes.
One of the key features of Channel 4's scheduling in the 1980s was the extent to which it drew upon repeats of archived television, long unseen US and UK shows, either providing a nostalgic reminder of yesteryear or being discovered afresh by new generations, myself included. In addition, the various themed archive evenings that began during Christmas 1982, culminating in 1992's TV Heaven season, now seem prescient in an era where digital channels such as Gold, Yesterday, and Talking Pictures TV draw extensively upon the archive to compile their schedules. 4's use of archive programming receives little attention in academic histories, such as Dorothy Hobson's The Early Years and Maggie Brown's A License to be Different, aside of the latter dismissing the repeats as telly-filler. This paper aims to redress the balance, drawing upon material from Channel 4's press packs, which, as we heard yesterday, are made available online through the BUFVC. Research into learning on screen now, yes. Repeat patterns and original interviews with those involved in the curatorial process to investigate whether 4's decision to revisit the archives was born purely of economic pragmatism or was in fact an act of contextualization, re-evaluation, and revalorisation. By Channel 4's launch in November 1982, syndication, in which packages of shows are purchased for repeat circulation, was common practice in the US, but no equivalent system existed in the UK, where terrestrial channels limited repeats to programmes that had either recently ceased or were still in production, and regular re-screenings of shows from previous decades were rare. From 1980, a movement to increase the visibility of old TV gained momentum in the form of the Wider Television Access Group, or WTVA, co-founder Stephen Woolley screening archived television from Britain and the US at the Scala Cinema, initially in Charlotte Street, soon to be acquired by 4, before moving to Pentonville Road. In 1981, several key players from WTVA, some of whom are in this room today, launched the magazine Primetime, which published articles and episode guides relating to rarely seen archive shows. Several of the programmes featured were among those repeated by 4 when the channel launched the following year. The question of whose decision it was to utilise old television shows is a complex one. In his memoir, inaugural Chief Executive Jeremy Isaacs provides little detail other than outlining the financial pressures that made such a choice attractive. 4 was to operate at an average cost of £30,000 an hour compared to £100,000 on other channels, and as Isaacs highlights, if one thought of all the channel's output as commissioned programmes, the total cost of whose production was to be covered, it was difficult to make the sums come out. But much of what we would broadcast would be acquired material, foraged from the bazaars of the world, and some would be repeat material, picked up at a mere fraction of its total original cost, and still likely to find new audiences. Isaacs goes on to justify his decision to prioritise new commissioning investment in news and current affairs rather than entertainment. I would buy in entertaining programmes cheap and save my pennies for the fare that would make the channel's reputation. Channel 4 could, I thought, be entertaining enough without too lavish expenditure on the canned laughs of conventional light entertainment. In light of these comments, Brown's contention that repeat programming was telly-filler is perhaps understandable. However, further investigation into the selection of archive materials suggests an alternate narrative, one that reveals the new channel as ready to respond to a growing demand for increased access to old TV, and in the process, taking tentative first steps towards meeting increasingly voluble demands from television historians and enthusiasts for the medium to be accorded the same respect as film. The content via which Isaacs saved Channel 4's pennies revolved initially around US sitcoms of the 1950s and 60s, all previously screened in the UK, though in most cases not for at least a decade, and homegrown product, primarily drama series of the 60s and 70s. If the motivation for purchasing such shows was frugality, the promotional materials put out by 4 on a weekly basis took a different tack, emphasising instead that these programmes formed part of a mission statement to revisit the best of classic television. First to be transmitted was 60s sitcom The Munsters, which was repeated at 4:45 p.m. On Friday afternoons from launch week. The press pack hailed this as the first of several cult series which Channel 4 is reviving in response to public demand, the shoals of beseeching letters at Charlotte Street. Whether 4's headquarters were in fact assailed by requests for repeats from the British public is difficult to ascertain. But, if true, this indicates the channel was aware at an early stage of an existing appetite for archive shows. Then, at 6 p.m. on Mondays, 50s sitcom I Love Lucy provided a happy link with the history of another commercially funded channel, a fact underlined in publicity material. Lucy was there at the start of ITV, and Channel 4 is delighted to delve back to the earliest shows of this classic comedy series that set the standards for American television. A similar rhetoric is applied to other series revived on 4, press packs stressing the creative pedigrees of the shows being repeated, as when emphasising the involvement of Mel Brooks and Buck Henry in Get Smart, one of the wittiest of 60s American sitcoms. By 1983, the rescreening of classic or hit shows was confidently promoted as Channel 4 policy. They now encompassed US dramas such as Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Whatever the reasoning behind dusting off these older programmes, critical reception was favourable. On the 2nd of May 1983, Miles Kingston of The Times included the wonderful repeats as being prime among the things to like about Channel 4. 4's archive repeats were not limited to the US, although the majority of sitcom content derived from abroad. Deprived of access to BBC programmes, Jeremy Isaacs felt that repeat options for UK comedies were limited. Although I would cheerfully repeat Man About the House in the best slot I could find for it, I never really thought ITV's best efforts in the genre were up to the BBC's in quality. Man About the House was indeed accorded a primetime slot on Monday evenings from 1984, despite having been repeated by ITV as recently as July 1982. Now, while Isaac's comment could be read as in line with his economically prudent approach to purchasing entertainment content, it also suggests a willingness, an eagerness even, to provide a re-airing for shows that he felt to be of sufficient quality, his word. And if suitable situation comedies were less than abundant, the same was not true of British television drama. The first cult UK series to be revived was The Avengers, originally made for ABC between 1961 and 69. Its most popular era had been the 2 series in which Patrick Macnee's bowler-hatted John Steed was paired with Diana Rigg as Mrs. Emma Peel. And though shot on film, which was a comparative rarity in Britain at the time, Series 4 was made in black and white, so it was the colour Series 5 that was selected to relaunch the programme in November 1982, as heralded by the press pack. To round off Saturday nights, Channel 4 is reviving another cult series which enthusiasts have clamoured to see again. The word clamour appears quite often. It must have been very noisy in Charlotte Street. The repeats proved popular enough for Series 6 to continue the run into 1984. And although these colour episodes had all been repeated by ITV in the 70s, Channel 4 then opted to screen the long unseen black and white Series 4 in a 6 p.m. Tuesday slot until 85. Now, the fact that 4 initially opted to show the Avengers late on Saturday nights, in fact Sunday morning, morning. Indicates perhaps that schedulers were unsure whether this old series warranted a prime time slot, and then moved around in the schedules. It was on Sunday tea time and then Saturday evenings where it settled. But the show's popularity on the channel ultimately sparked a mini revival of interest and merchandising, new books on the series appearing in 1985, 83, and 89. However, it was The Prisoner, another cult 60s show, that paved the way for Channel 4's pioneering work as not just a reviver of old television shows, but also curator, placing them within their historical context in a way that went beyond the celebratory hyperbole of the press pack. The latter was, of course, quick to herald the show's classic status when the repeat run began in September 83. Since it was first shown in the late 60s, it's aroused more fanatical enthusiasm than any other series, and there's been a clamour for repeat screenings around the world. Now, in response to a deluge of requests from fans, Channel 4 is repeating all 17 episodes. However, what indicated a commitment on the broadcaster's part to acknowledging the cultural significance of its repeats was the commissioning of a new documentary, 6 into 1, The Prisoner File. Now, this was made by John Wyber's Illuminations company and shown after the final episode, and it featured all new interview material, including with series actor and creator Patrick McGoohan, who was discussing this most talked about piece of television on screen for the first time. Now, this documentary has arguably now become a significant part of television history as much as its subject matter. And so the commissioning of new content to complement a repeat season indicates a level of financial investment that goes beyond the expediency of buying cheap filler. The production of 6 into 1, and we've heard about Cat Among Lions, made to contextualize these themed archive nights, of which more shortly, indicates a desire to do more than simply show old programs in between new factual and current affairs. But to what extent was this influenced by public demand and or the specialist interests of groups like WTVA? One of Isaac's successors as chief executive, Michael Jackson, had been a member of the Channel 4 group, the founding entity for the channel. And while Jackson concedes that the sitcom repeats, for example, were probably regarded by some as filler, he also points out that those responsible for acquiring content saw Channel 4 as an opportunity to provide an airing for material unlikely to find a platform elsewhere, as with film buyer Leslie Halliwell, who was genuinely knowledgeable and frustrated that ITV had limited slots. According to Jackson, a generation were commissioning and making shows, as we've just heard from Paul, who were the first to feel nostalgic. TV at the time, unlike now, was thought of as second-rate versus cinema. And Paul KERR, WTVA and primetime luminary, agrees. I think there was something in the air about taking television more seriously, which in a wider way is not unconnected with the death of popular cinema, really. There were a lot of people who were kind of cinephiles, who by the late 70s and early 80s, when all the great hopes of world cinema had kind of crashed into the wall, were beginning to take television a bit more seriously. So something was happening intellectually, culturally, about a slight shift of focus from film to television. KERR is, however, more equivocal regarding the extent to which WTVA may have influenced the selection of archival repeats at Channel 4. I don't know. These things were kind of in the ether, excuse the pun. They were cult shows, so it kind of made sense for Channel 4 independently, if it was independently, to think, well, that could bring us some kudos cheaply, or comparatively cheaply. I don't know what they paid. However, KERR's primetime colleague Dick Fiddy contends there was a direct link. It absolutely was not a coincidence. I wasn't involved in that conversation, I forget who was, but Channel 4 definitely came to people and just asked for advice. And in the end, I think we gave them a list of 50 programs, and I think they took about 38 of those on board. And we had the Addams Family and the Munsters, we had the Avengers and the Prisoner, and all the ITC stuff. We did armchair theatre, stuff like that, the Twilight Zone. We gave them a list of what we thought would be interesting, so there was definitely a connection that way. It's notable that several of the show's fitting names either became regular repeat fare on 4 or received special treatment via the commissioning of new content. US anthology The Twilight Zone was a stalwart of the late-night schedules from December 1985, well into the 1990s. While ABC's Armchair Theatre had a shorter repeat run in 1987, this was launched with a prestigious new documentary. In their October 1983 issue, Primetime were quick to make a connection between several of the shows screened at the Scala by WTVA that were now receiving a second lease of life on Channel 4, including The Avengers, I Love Lucy, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and The Prisoner. We don't point this out to blow our own trumpets, well, just a toot or two. And anyway, there may be a degree of coincidence or serendipity in the air, but to congratulate the various TV companies in question for recognizing television's heritage and history at long last, one of the causes which WTVA was formed to promote. Channel 4's use of archived content was not, however, limited to WTVA's shopping list of desired repeats. Although the purchase of repeat series television was the remit of programme acquisitions and Cecil Cora, the person responsible for organising curated archived television content was Paul Madden, formerly television officer at the National Film Archive. And while at the British Film Institute, Madden had scheduled a 1976 season on British television drama, later followed by a 1980 Dennis Potter retrospective, and was also involved in the Edinburgh Television Festival. My partner and I, Mairead Thomas, put together two compilations, one called 1959, one called 1969, and what annoyed me about when people used to use clips in modern TV programmes was they never allowed them to breathe. They used them to make points, but in a way, it was a bit of wallpaper. And what we wanted to do with these compilations was to give them a proper weight, which of course we had the luxury to do because we were showing it at a television festival. And I do remember Jeremy Isaacs coming out of the screening and saying to me, "That was brilliant, loved it." Described by Isaacs as an informed enthusiast with an independent mind, Madden was subsequently invited to advise on the use of archive programmes at 4. I was involved in the debates about Channel 4, my association with screening stuff, showing stuff, rescuing stuff from the archives, trying to find stuff people said didn't exist anymore and getting hold of it, I was obviously well known for in that period. So when Jeremy got to Channel 4, he rang me up and said, "I want you to come over and see me." One of the first meetings we had with the board, very early on, we all gave papers to say what we might and might not do. I remember giving a speech about archive programmes, and one of the things I intended to do was, yes, we would pull stuff out of the archives, and yes, we would show it, but we'd also have some way of re-evaluating stuff. Madden's responsibilities also included commissioning new content relating to archive television, such as 6 into 1, and curating archive nights, in which content from the 50s and 60s would be re-shown, selected and grouped according to a specific theme. Commencing with 50s to the Fore in December 1982, Madden was able to recreate for modern viewers the experience of watching an evening's television from decades before. What these things do, of course, is they give the excuse to show a variety of programmes. On all of those evenings, I tried to balance them, i.e., you'd have a comedy, a drama, a bit of documentary. They weren't all one sort of programme. As the decade progressed, archive nights became increasingly specialised, with particular channels or creatives focused on. Granada and ATV each received their own events, the latter augmented with a new documentary about industry mogul Lou Grade. Sometimes the themes would originate with Madden, while for others he would source and commission content based on suggestions from colleagues, as with Salute to ATV. Jeremy met Lou Grade somewhere, and when he came back he said to me, "Maybe we can do something with ATV programmes and show some of them." And I said to Jeremy, "If we're going to do that, we really ought to do a documentary with Lou as well, to get him on record, as it were." Sometimes an idea would come up from up top, sometimes I would say to them, "We should be doing this." So it was a mix. Madden's last archive project was the Cotton Collection in December 1988, celebrating the career of recently retired BBC managing director Bill Cotton, by which time Madden had gone freelance and Michael Grade had taken over at 4. And this was the first time they were allowed to use BBC programmes, not coincidentally. The next archive event, broadcast on New Year's Day 1990, proved a marked departure. Made by Illuminations, the A to Z of TV was a 3-hour compilation of archive clips, each presented via newly recorded links from different television personalities. Producer Linda Zuck, writer under archival consultant Dick Fiddy, and executive producer John Wyver were keen to distinguish their production from what had gone before, as the latter explains. "I think we thought there was an approach that could be both more entertaining and more sort of culturally responsible, I guess. And that's why we put the A to Z of television together." Now, the A to Z moved determinedly away from Madden's concept of screening complete episodes, according to Fiddy. I suggested the idea of the A to Z of TV, the A to Z of TV. If you're American, it works a lot better. In which way you can pick and choose. So A would be for the Avengers, B maybe for Batman, C for Callan, that sort of thing. And John Wyver, I remember, came up with the idea. He said it shouldn't be linear. So our A to Z allowed us to go anywhere. A was for Alexandra Palace, and Y was for Yeti, so we could look at strange phenomena on screen. So we used the idea of the A to Z to actually give us carte blanche to tell any story. Linda Zuck was also enthused by the originality of the approach and the consideration it provided of aspects of television not covered in previous archive nights. We had a lot of old ads as well, I remember. We also found some crazy BBC education programmes, schools programmes from the 1950s. I remember there was one called I Want to Be a Dentist. So we juxtaposed a very surprising archive. I think the crucial thing was we were the first people to go to Channel 4 and say, we want to put these various clips together playfully and make various connections. And I don't think anyone had done that before. Dick Fiddy concurs. We were using stuff from the very fringes of programmes that people had truly forgotten. Everything was fair game, from weather reports to sci-fi. We didn't just concentrate on one thing. We wanted to give this broad overall picture, the sprawling mass that television was, that it wasn't like film, which can be very compartmentalized. Television, by its very nature, throws all these things together, one after another. So we wanted within that to explore the great range of TV and what it could do. Such was the success of the A to Z that Channel 4 commissioned a follow-up compilation, 1001 Nights of TV, which proved equally popular and led to a third trawl through the archives. However, although more extensive than anything previously attempted, 1992's TV Heaven marked a return to curated evenings rather than compilations. Over 13 weeks, a different year would be examined each Saturday evening in a non-chronological overview of both complete episodes and associated ephemera, all hosted by Frank Muir. According to the Illuminations team, this change of format originated with Channel 4, and in particular, Chief Executive Michael Grade. Grade approached us with this idea of this big Saturday night across 13 weeks. His big thing was he wanted his chum Frank Muir all over it. And I thought that was a slightly odd choice because at the time, Frank Muir, who was, by the way, a very, very charming man, one of the nicest presenters I've ever dealt with, wasn't a kind of cool figure. But he did it very well. So we did put all that together, and we used clips in between the full programmes. We looked into the years, and some years were a bit fallow, so we thought, we'll just make sure we choose the best years across the 13. And we thought we'd mix it up a bit. There was no reason to do it chronologically, to keep it surprising. Dick Fiddy recalls the non-chronological approach also being a consequence of 4's decision to have Muir as host. Because TV Heaven was perceived as less esoteric than A to Z or 1001 Nights, where we could get away with being quite obscure in places, what happened was they thought they put a recognizable personality in there, someone that knew his stuff. So they got Frank Muir. I have to say that much as I love Frank Muir, at the time I was a little disappointed because we'd used so many different personalities, and each of them brought their own personality to bear on it and tell a different story. I thought maybe we'd be trapped by the shows looking the same. But once again, John Wyver came up with the answer to that. The idea was not to do it chronologically, to leap about. And obviously, we could pick years where there was stuff we really wanted to show. According to John Wyver, the selection of years focused upon was also partly a result of no longer being granted access to full-length BBC content. First of all, we went to the BBC and said, can we acquire some of your programmes for this project? And as I remember it, Alan Yentob said, no, absolutely not. If anybody's going to do this, we, the BBC, are going to do this. We will not licence any BBC programmes to Channel 4. So we knew we could only work with the ITV archives, and I think we started to make a list of the things we really wanted to show that we knew existed and which we could access and license, and we built the years around that. The cost of acquiring permissions, which had already affected Madden's archive nights, ultimately put paid to further series of repeats, according to Dick Fiddy. Sometimes we couldn't get something because one of the actors were holding out or something like that, and Michael Grade would phone them up and say, okay, how much do you want? And then pay it. So it pushed the budget up. There was a huge appetite, I think, to do more, but when the facts and figures came in, I think Channel 4 balked at it. It was just too expensive. Linda Zuck, however, does remember being approached by 4 for further archive-based productions. I'm pretty sure I remember John and I going into a meeting with commissioning editor Mike Bolland, and he said, do you think there's any more mileage in us doing more archive nights? And I think because we'd done those 3, I seem to remember we both said, no, I think people are up to here with archive TV shows now. I think it's been done to death. Then, maybe a year or so later, that's when all those BBC shows started. The BBC had demonstrated awareness of the benefits of revisiting the archive in 1986 when TV50 provided a week of old television on BBC Two to mark the medium's 50th anniversary. They were now quick to spoof TV Heaven with their own one-off TV Hell, but later in the 1990s, BBC Two began revisiting the archive in a more concerted manner with their own themed Saturday evenings, in which archival shows received reappraisal and recontextualization through the commissioning of new material alongside repeats. For Linda Zuck, these BBC archive evenings were imitation as flattery. They massively copied us, which was a bit irritating, but I suppose it's inevitable. You have to take it as a compliment. Dick Fiddy agrees. We demonstrated that if you looked at this stuff in a different way, if you went in through a different window, you could use that footage to tell different stories. It was a deep archive trawl. And I think the Beeb did a good job as well. A lot of their archive shows that came out were really clever, and they started to take it seriously. This paper has aimed to challenge some of the preconceptions surrounding the use of archive television in Channel 4's first decade. The fact that 4 approached prime time for a shopping list of the most desired shows of yesteryear, not to mention the press-packed rhetoric of bulging postbags of viewer requests, demonstrates both an awareness of the growing desire to review old television and a willingness to satisfy it, as long as costs could be managed. The commissioning of new content designed to place archival shows in context demonstrates a response to the rapidly developing feeling that television was a medium that needed to take itself seriously and to be taken seriously by viewers and critics. Although we live in an age of much improved access to archive television, those who helped inspire this move at 4 believe there is still more that can and should be done. While a television officer at the BFI in the 1970s, Paul Madden was frustrated by the fact that television content was not only inaccessible, but often not even preserved. And to put this next slide in context, Paul told me this was after an argument he had with Christopher Morahan that a Peter Nichols play he wanted for the BFI had already been wiped. My view was, it seems crazy that people were paying good money to make some really excellent programs that no one could see again. I can turn on the radio and hear a song that was made 30, 40 years ago, but I can't turn on the television and see a program that was made 5 years ago or 2 years ago. And I said, I'm looking forward to the day when people can just see the vast heritage we've got of programs. And I wouldn't put it down to what we did at Channel 4, but what I would say is we were part of what would become a trend towards making things more available. And part of that is technology, obviously, because now we've got multiple channels, now we've got the internet. All these things have helped make things more available. But what it hasn't done, in my view, and has never really been properly done, there's never been a proper way of re-evaluating television. I always thought we need to look more seriously at the way television operates, the way it works, its aesthetics, all those things. These are not necessarily popular things, they're not going to get huge audiences, but they are a way of re-evaluating the past, which is all our history. John Wyver voices a similar concern. I think we contributed in a not insignificant way to bringing archive programming into the schedules in a way that was both responsible and economically productive for the medium. We didn't invent that, there had been modest initiatives, but I do think we contributed significantly to that becoming a core part of what British television did. And clearly, we've now come a long way. There's so much more access to that archival history than there was before, so much more awareness, so much more writing and historical engagement. But we're still a long way from an optimal engagement and exposure of the television archive. There's still a lot more that could be done imaginatively and in ways that make that culture live and be relevant again. These comments indicate there's still much to be done with regard to making full and fruitful use of the television archive. But it's clear that Channel 4's repeats helped pave the way for increased access to and understanding and appreciation of old television as a cultural and historical artifact. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. Just as a preliminary, I'd like to say a little more about Paul Madden, who was also the commissioning editor for my cinema series, Visions. Paul was actually one of the first people to be employed by Channel 4 when it was still in the IBA, precisely because of his intervention around archive programming. And Jeremy's realisation of the budget importance of it, as well as the cultural importance of it. And unfortunately, Paul, along with Sue Woodford, was the sacrificial lamb, if you like, when the 3 years of contract as commissioning editors came up. Jeremy having declared that he was going to change all his commission editors after 3 years. I actually thought this is not going to be easy to do, and so he just spotted 2 people and said, "Would you mind leaving now? Because I've got to show some kind of change around here." Paul then went on. He produced actually a really good documentary about armchair theatre, which went with that season. So I'd like to pay tribute to Paul, who should have been here really, but he had a medical issue that kept him away. So that's me talking about Paul Madden, reinforcing his pivotal role there as coming out of the BFI. Another thing unimaginable now. So I think this is also a situation where we have a lot of the people being discussed in the papers sitting in the room. So the first thing I do is like to offer a right to reply to anybody if they want to take it up. Being in, is there a clamour for this? Dick?
I was just going to say,
I think we have a mic. So yes, we do have a mic. It always helps for the remote audience there.
I was just going to say that I seem to remember at a party, Jeremy Isaacs saying, and I don't know if this was him rewriting the history, but I seem to remember him saying that one of the things he was annoyed at was that he'd worked on so many brilliant programmes in the past that had disappeared, and he thought that Channel 4 might be an opportunity of putting back in the shop window. So I don't know whether, as I say, that was a retrospective thought of his, or whether that was also part of his drive to put those programmes on the channel.
John, yes, John Wyver.
Could we get the previous speaker's full name?
That was Dick Fiddy, as seen on the screen just now. For those who are not here in the room, and this is John Wyver.
And it's very weird to see one's quotes and photograph on the screen. It's kind of particularly weird to become history, you know, in a way that one doesn't quite feel ready for. A couple of thoughts. One, I think, I mean, both Paul and Richard have spoken really well about this and drawn the story through. I think a key factor in both of those elements, both of those stories actually, is, which hasn't quite been brought out, is that these programmes hadn't, particularly the British programmes, hadn't simply been forgotten. They had been prevented from being reshown by very stringent agreements with the talent unions, particularly with Equity, but with the MU as well. And because of, I think, the legacy of live programmes, where particularly drama in the early years had been presented live and repeated in the same week as a further live presentation, which Equity insisted upon, there was a sense that drama could only be shown twice. And that was a very strong restriction which prevented a lot of material being reshown, entailing a lot of renegotiation and further payments. So that was a key part, I think, of the story. Another sort of slightly missing bit, I think, and Paul indicated that a lot of this had come from the growth of film and media studies from the late 60s onwards and through the 70s. But one of the kind of transitional elements there, I think, certainly for me, in my journey, was what we, including Mandy and others, did at Time Out in the late 1970s, where we tried very hard, clumsily often, I think, but we tried very hard to translate and engage with a very rich film and media studies culture that was developing in different contexts. In screen, prior to that, in movie and in other places. We tried to translate that into popular journalism. And a lot of the engagement with some of these ideas about developing a critical culture of television, and a lot of these ideas about trying to rework the past in critical ways, came through what the magazine tried to do in the late 70s. And I mean, a really key moment for me as television editor of Time Out, incredibly naive and green television editor of Time Out, was in the summer of 1978, we put together, with Richard Williams, who's still the editor, we put together an issue of the magazine where all of the feature pages were devoted to the World Cup and essentially to the television coverage of the World Cup. And that felt like a really substantial intervention into media discourse about television and sport. There was a lot of other work, but that for me was the moment that, in a sense, we then tried to carry over into the work that we did for Channel 4.
Okay, thank you, John. That's very useful kind of expansion of what we've heard. What struck me with both the papers is in one sense Richard is saying, well, the job, this is Channel 4 doing its job. You know, the BBC took it over, and now Talking Pictures has taken it over in terms of presenting full programmes from the archives. But there's that regret as well, which Paul has also expressed, which is the regret, actually, there is no, apart from Gogglebox, there is no proper commentary upon media artefacts in the medium in which they appear now, and that is a major loss compared to the 1980s and 1990s. So can we, have we got questions around this kind of thing? Pippa, yes.
Thank you for two very interesting sessions, and it was lovely to hear the names of both Paul's and Lorraine Thomas brought up, ex-colleagues of mine from the BFI. Question for you, please, Paul. Why is Gogglebox normally scheduled against Have I Got News for You, which I watched from habit out of years? And the football match yesterday meant that Gogglebox was an hour later than normal.
I have no idea.
And it was just amazing to be able to watch both programmes, really.
Right, I don't know, because they must assume that they're different audiences, or...
Well, on Friday, some was just like a laugh. It was like Thank you.
Thank you. I think the schedulers care less about clashing with other channels because of the ubiquity of catch-up and streaming services instead. That's really what it is. Don't have time for it. That's a good... No, none of us have time for it, but that's television industry's excuse. So there was a question, Yang. Microphone.
Thanks. I really enjoyed those papers. I just wondered if there's something more to be said about Wall to Wall, who produced Openbox, because I don't know much about them, but they all seem to have very interesting backgrounds. Like Alex Graham sort of was involved in this, what might be regarded as a sort of precursor of the BFI Media Tech at the ICA.
No, different Alex Graham.
Oh, is it? Is that
yeah,
really?
Not the same Alex Graham.
Okay. But Jane Root, I think, was I don't know if she was a journalist before.
Yeah, she was, and worked at the BFI with me.
And worked at the BFI, right. And Andy Lippman, video editor at City Limits and so on.
Yeah, and Kathy Myers was TV editor at City Limits. So that when the media show launched, the Michael Jackson was the editor, and then there were 3 series producers: Andy Lippman, Kathy Myers, and Jane Root. And yeah, they all wrote for City Limits, which was a spin-off from Time Out, a weekly, well, whatever. Let's not go into it. But anyway, yeah, so that idea of critics becoming programme makers, I mean, Andy had made videos before. I don't think Kathy had, or Jane. Jane had been involved in film distribution. So, yeah, it's the film and television critics becoming programme makers, which was a really, really significant, and John's a perfect example of that. But I can't imagine that happening, but it's, it's incredibly self-aggrandizing, but I remember people talking about it slightly as like a cahier du cinema moment when the new wave went from cahier into making films. It's not that we made an equivalent body of work, of course not, but that having a moment where people could shift from writing about film and television to making film and television. And a lot of people from the BFI of my generation went into television and film. But they were people who had kind of desk jobs, and suddenly they were producing movies or directing television programs. I think that was a very, very short moment, and that window or door long ago closed, I think. But it was a large door.
Oh, Mandy.
Just a point about Jane Root, which was she also was a feminist film distributor. And
Yeah,
she
for
worked in
Cows.
Cinema of Women, and I think there was a whole strand of people who were doing alternative distribution who really knew their stuff, who were available to be accommodated into this system because they already had developed their expertise, but in very low-paid, relatively unstatusy situations. But what I really want to ask you all, and maybe I should ask John as the kind of furor of this whole thing, are we holding back until the end of the day the discussion about the remit? Or can we now air it as fully as we would like to, following on from Paul's points and the points I made yesterday?
You can raise it any time you want, and you know, to the people who are here in the room. I mean, this session has a title which I think, can't remember what I called it.
Lost Initiatives.
Is Lost Initiatives.
Okay,
The
so
next
fine.
session in this room with SYLVIA, HARVEY and Rod Stoneman is what remains of the original remit, but they are different people, Mandy, and Richard Tate is talking about that kind of issue as
Okay,
well.
I'll
Through this
stay
day,
in the room and make the points I want. I hope everybody else is staying in the room too, because I think the salience of Paul's argument in particular needs to be, you know, pushed through with the rest of us and Sylvia to the next session.
I think you should ask the question now so we can answer it.
Okay,
Yeah?
well, all right. Well, really, the question I want to ask, and this was raised by something I watched online about the remit a few weeks ago when I was working on my own paper, was, is the issue, if you wanted to retain innovation and experiment, and catering to audiences uncatered for, would it be a question of not privatizing, or would it be a question of improving the regulation of the channel? And I would just say in regard to my paper yesterday, how can there be any sense of regulation if a channel that's supposed to innovate shows 5 property programs every day?
I think the simple answer to that one is you've answered your question in asking it, is the question of regulation and the particular character of the regulation. This was discussed yesterday as well. The particular character of the regulation, the regulatory system that Ofcom has, which is, as has been described, a box-ticking exercise, rather than one which requires the channel to prove that it is innovating. By more than simply a rhetorical list of programs with "it's a sin" at the head of it. Actually doing something more substantial than that by saying this is what we have done in quantity and in quality and in response. That is, producing precisely the kind of critical analysis that has disappeared from the channel's own discourse as a way of justifying the fact that it has innovated in both form and content. I think that would be my reply. It's down to the requirement of regulation, which has largely evaporated since the early years. I mean, regulation of the early years was pretty hostile. If like me, you had a program banned, but was kind of opening out in an interesting way, and certainly was requiring the channel to justify itself against this given mission statement. But that's dissipated. You have?
Well, I don't watch Channel 4 anymore for the very reasons, we've heard over and over again at this conference. If Channel 4, you've seen what my angle is, it's archive television, and taking a second look at it. And a point that several of the people I spoke to was the stuff that Channel 4 was showing in the 80s, I can now get on DVD. I can watch it. Talking Pictures TV is doing a much better job at making available stuff that you can't get on DVD than Channel 4 is. Paul made the point that if I want contextualisation, I'll go to a DVD extra. No one seems to be concerned with doing that on broadcast television anymore. If Channel 4 was still doing that, I would still be watching Channel 4, even if it meant, staying up late at night to do so. But it's not. It's not addressing that. I don't think it cares about older television anymore. It's lost that. It is a lost initiative. If it was an initiative in the first place, which I argue it is. So yeah, that's why it doesn't attract me. Gogglebox will not be enough, I'm afraid, to tempt me.
No, well, it isn't for me either. I mean, there are things I still watch on Channel 4, but yeah, they're few and far between. I mean, I don't know. I agree with John about regulation, but it's kind of an obligation to provide certain sorts of things. And whether that would, there used to be a kind of public service broadcast list. And clearly subject areas aren't enough, but they're a start. Innovation and experiment in the form and content of programs is, quite a tricky idea to define, but, what are they going to provide as, well, I mean, that's gone from the remit anyway, but almost everything's gone from the remit, really.
Sylvia Harvey.
Sylvia, just to go back to what Mandy was saying, I think the problem is around the word quality and the extraordinary difficulty since the days of the IBA and the ITC, moving to New-Labour's 2002 Communications Act and New-Labour's vision of Ofcom. The people in positions of power to make a difference, don't seem to have a language, cannot talk about quality. And this is a political problem, really. I don't know where to go beyond that, and maybe Mandy might want to say that again. This is the world that we now inhabit, and we have to work out what we're going to do about it.
John Weber wouldn't have to be in charge of Ofcom for Ofcom to notice that generically there are about 3 genres in Channel 4, and that's it. And that kind of box ticking would be welcomed by me. Count the programs and figure out that there can't be innovation.
Yeah.
You could occasionally also watch them. And clearly neither of these things are being done. Now, who regulates the regulators? The government. So not very likely. I have heard an alternative argument, which is you could privatize the channel, have it well regulated, and get a better outcome.
There is the other question is if you don't find it here, where do you find it? Do you find on YouTube a large number of the equivalents of DVD extras? I don't know the answer to that question, but the question has to be asked. Do you find single documentaries of the sort that used to be made for True Stories, which it was sort of broadsheet content with tabloid titles, as it was described yesterday? Where are those? Where are the places where you find the boy whose skin fell off, which is one of the most moving documentaries I know of? Where is that now? And the answer comes, unfortunately, no, it has not been provided by alternative means. It has not been provided by the proliferation of new channels. It has not been provided by the proliferation of new moving image media either. Those forms of experience have disappeared from our television. Yeah. And that's really what Channel 4 should innovate backwards in a way. So enough from us. There's a question from Sebastian Cody, also a producer.
Just in response to the last section of this conversation, before I ask my question about the session, we're going to talk later about the development of Channel 4 in its wider context. But we heard this yesterday. But the selling of its own advertising was something which many people in this room were deeply against, and we all campaigned about it. And we wrote at the time, many of us, predictions as to what that would do. So long before a discussion now about privatisation, we and a fair minority of Channel 4 staff were engaged in a battle to stop that happening. It's no satisfaction to me to notice that the things we predicted have come to pass. On an economic point, short story, Channel 4, in one of its lurches to create internal balance, brought a person on board, on the staff, who was a Neo-Liberal. And he thought he was being useful and rigorous. And his response at the time, so this is 30 years ago, his response to innovation ad infinitum was, he said, well, we're not quite at the end. He said, but we're very near. He said, I have proposed donkey porn at programme review for the last 3 months because I think that's the only space that's really innovative that we haven't yet done. I just leave that hanging there. My question, first a nitpick. Paul, you, on the offbeat, you didn't mean to say this, but you suggested that Channel 4 made opinions. That's not true. It was originally commissioned from Panoptic, the company that Nick Fraser put together, and he did an awful lot of them. And then when he came as a commissioning editor to Channel 4, opinions moved to my company, Open Media. I think there were other programs that Channel 4 made for itself, because they sometimes amusingly spoke about that, but opinions wasn't one of them. My question's a practical one. It's come up a number of times. Talking Pictures TV. I mean, here's my old colleague Dick Fiddy in front of me, and you lot on the panel. How on earth do they do the union negotiations, the clearances, the licenses, and make a living? There's a secret there that I don't know, and I'm sure the majority of this room knows, but I'd love to hear somebody talk about it.
I don't know.
Well, Dick is probably by far the expert. Dick Fiddy would know the answer to this question better than anybody else.
They started off by having 2 huge libraries that they owned. They had Renown, and they bought another library. So they had actually a huge amount of stuff that hadn't been seen. Where the money was spent on was making it broadcastable, and where their early money went. And they actually rose so quickly. Because when it first started, there was no advertising, or hardly any advertising, but they become very popular very quickly, and with a key number of very few advertisers that were very loyal to them, because they were a key audience for them. So I think once they started with those 2 libraries, they got over a lot of the rights problems. When they started buying in programs, they bought the 4-star library from the US, and that was incredibly cheap at the time, with a load of programs, many of which had never been shown in the UK. So they then had a sort of American strand of TV programming. As we know, American shows were running 26, 39 episodes per season, so they got a lot of material. So they did have quite a lot of material to fill a lot of time, relatively cheaply to begin with. They also had a policy of repeating things 3 times within a month, at different times of the day, because they wanted to be 24 hours but then get people at different times. So they've got a third of the content, as it were, each month, which is constantly renewed. Then they started making their own programs, like their thing about moving pictures, about how they find their stuff and things like that. So I think they've just been diligent. Now they've got a bit more advertising money, maybe they can be a bit more ambitious, but they don't make a huge amount of profit. They organise other fundraisers, they organise these live events, and they still sort of run on a shoestring, but it's a bigger shoestring than it was when they started.
I mean, it is. I mean, this is not Channel 4, but it is a. It is a channel done for love. It's channel done out of devotion to bringing archive back. And there are, as Dick said, they know their rights, and one of their other major sources is Studio Canal, which has the Ealing Library, but actually also has quite a remarkable amount of old television lurking about if you go and ask them. So yes. have we got any questions for anybody who actually wasn't kind of a participant in what we're discussing? Or is there anything of... Yes, over here. Sorry, Sarah's doing two jobs at once here.
Hello. Maybe it kind of starts maybe more of a thought and a reflection, and then going on to a question, which is, I think I've heard it's a sin mentioned as the only and most innovative thing that's been done in recent years, but from my point of view, it's innovative in terms of telling a story that hasn't been told in that form, but it's from one of the most famous and well-established creators in the whole entire world. The other things I'm thinking that are genuinely innovative is Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, that's being released at the moment, which is going to be like, it's a very out there weird puppetry show thing that's just being released now. But that's had to prove itself on the internet, and it's weird and different and innovative, but it's already got millions and millions and millions of views online. And then Taskmaster is another one, which is a very different type of show, but that had to exist on Dave and get lots and lots and lots of fans on Dave first, where it feels like there's still the intention, but it's almost like these things have to prove themselves in the world first, then get to the top, then it's like, okay, now you're allowed through the doors. So the other part of my question is the kind of, the other way that I have seen Channel 4 being innovative is through comedy blaps, which is kind of short form comedy content on YouTube, and that's again proven itself on there. And then Satellite Flats is probably one of the most famous things that's come from there to the actual main channel. And it's sort of like, my question is, why is Channel 4 not using these innovative playgrounds like YouTube to, if things have to kind of prove themselves so much to then get onto the main channel, is that an area for more experimentation to give these things a playground to then it's almost like graduate into the main channel, and why has that not been invested in more?
Well, thank you. I mean, I think for me that's the key question, is the relationship to of Channel 4 as a megaphone for innovation in a way. Where did it get its innovation from? And we've all been talking in the old way, which is, well, you go to producers for it, you know, you commission it and so on. But actually you're talking about a fundamentally different way of television channels relating to the sources of content and the sources of ideas. And that's a really very... So do you have any answers to this one? No, you don't have any. I mean, in a way, the question is not to us, it's to Channel 4 itself, because you pointed to the mechanism that exists and the way they've been very kind of hesitant about doing so, really. And you're left with examples that many of us who've been gassing away about Channel 4 have scarcely watched, I suspect, but are there on the broadcast channel, so, and are there on the streaming service. So the question is, why haven't we found them? And I think the answer is, with Mandy's, there's, you know, a tsunami of property shows. That in a way, you know, Channel 4 is drowning its own innovative moments in a sea of material which has its place, but has outgrown that place. SYLVIA, HARVEY. Could we have a mic for SYLVIA? Can we just pass it around?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, can we play?
I'm sorry, because this isn't going to be an answer to your really important points. But if I may, I wanted to go back to the debate about the remit, really, and again what Mandy was saying before, and just remind ourselves that the regulatory body, Ofcom, as recently as a year or 2 years ago, ran a major consultation on public service broadcasting. And my guess is, and I might be wrong, I'm very glad to prove wrong, is that most people in this room probably weren't aware of the consultation and certainly didn't respond to it. So I think it's Kevin Backhurst, who's a senior person at Ofcom now, who deals with PSB. So Ofcom did kind of try, it called it, what do you call it, small screen, big debate. That's what he called it, small screen, big debate. And probably the academic world needs to think a bit more about
how it might orient some of its work to the work of the regulator, because it's just possible that there are some opportunities there, but they're not being used.
That's a very. Actually, I hadn't heard of that. No, I think there's a lot of people saying they haven't heard of it. Is there anything from the remote audience? Sorry, okay. So, yeah, Ian.
I mean, just as a partial answer to what you were saying about the sort of talent that's out there and so on, I interviewed Stuart Cosgrove some years back, and he sort of did mention at the time that they were sort of using, like, I don't know whether it's Vimeo as like a talent pool, he called it. But then again, I suppose that relies on particular people being there at Channel 4. But one thing that I wanted to sort of raise was this issue that, John, in your keynote you talked about, it's only one channel amongst, 400. But it's a sort of package of channels, with, E4, 47, etc., etc. So surely one of those could be devoted to archive TV, and because it seems one of the creative things that Channel 4 has been doing in recent years is sort of using the schedule as a sort of blockade, using all of their firepower in terms of all the channels at once, like in the Black to Front experiment. And I think that's a really radical thing. But sort of as a sort of day-to-day experience, the package of channels isn't always, used to the most benefit, I think.
Well, we had a question yesterday in the morning panel. Someone said a remote question about why aren't Channel 4 shows on Box broadcasts? They are. New ones are, because you can request them, but the old back catalogue isn't made available. And some BBC stuff that is pre-era is available on Bob now because the BBC have given their agreement. Yes, if someone's made an off-air recording, put it up there so I can watch a lovely old documentary from the 80s about Charlie Chaplin. But Channel 4 haven't done anything like that as far as I'm aware. That would be a move in the right direction. But I agree, we've got All 4 is a great digital repository, and you can find old episodes of Brookside and dramas from 20 years ago. But we need an old 4. If you've got E4, where's old 4? All the stuff that people are clamouring to see. You can put it on there. I'd watch that.
It seems like the BBC sort of doubles the programmes on Box broadcast. It's great that they're there. They didn't make any there about it.
No. Well, that was something we were asked. There was a survey.
Could I just correct this one? The BBC did make a major announcement that they were making available anything that people wanted from their archive for education, very importantly, but through any of the providers of video streaming for education. The principal one, certainly in tertiary education, being Box of Broadcast with Learning on Screen, which I chair, Declaration of Interest. They made a big thing about it at the beginning of the year, and it's part of their contribution to their centenary. So yes, it's there. So all you've got to do is go through Box of Broadcast and say, I want. In fact, all the play for today is, a lot of things. I asked for all the BBC had of Garden as well. And they're doing it. Yeah, you see. So, and that's a pretty extreme, it was a test really, pretty extreme thing. But it's quite right, going back to Channel 4, that they do not make their archive available. And there is a fundamental reason why, and it's called independent production, unfortunately. Because a lot of rights have been returned to independent companies, some of which no longer exist. And more recently, of course, Channel 4 had only temporary rights over the material. So it's back to the same problem that Dick was talking about, clearances and so on. However, with a different mindset, that is entirely soluble. And entirely soluble, a kind of a Channel 4 running an old-fashioned syndicating channel of its own, sort of back 4 or whatever you would to call it, is entirely a possible thing, rather than and then placing that material onto All 4 for streaming, because they want to continue to be the biggest free streaming service in the UK, and as I showed yesterday, they are, but only just. And as the BBC gets more into it, they will not be. So that's a challenge. I don't know whether they're listening, but there's plenty of challenges coming out of this session. Ro.
Hi, yeah, I was just going to respond more to Mandy's point. I think I haven't heard the acronym PACT yet at this conference, and I think what we perhaps need to unpick is the power of PACT in maintaining working conditions which actually stymie innovation and are the reason why we have so much of this cheap, formatted, returnable programming, which does fill the schedules at the expense of perhaps more interesting content. And the relative lack of power of Ofcom compared to PACT. So this isn't really a question, and I certainly don't have an answer. But that definitely has to be considered within the kind of triangulation of the broadcaster, Ofcom, and the producers.
I'm not sure it's true that Ofcom doesn't have the power. I think it doesn't have the interest in exerting power in that way. It can exert power, but it's not interested in regulating the kind of programs.
It can't regulate working conditions for freelancers.
No.
Which is what PACT controls, essentially. Okay. And John signaling. John signaling.
No, I'm signalling, is that what she's trying to tell me? Which is to wind things up. But yes, I mean, that's a larger question, yeah. Rowan, the one of working conditions within the industry, and that's not one that we. It's not it's something actually that to a large extent is even beyond Channel 4's control now as well. It can exert a certain amount of pressure on its suppliers. But and PACT can and does exert a certain amount of pressure on production companies, but these are large conglomerates in the main, and so the sanctioning is difficult, a bit like Russia, really. So yes, do we have anything last minute to bring up, or can I say, well, actually we've got time for a cup of coffee before the 12 o'clock session, which in here is SYLVIA HARVEY in dialogue with Rod Stoneman, and the other one is a very interesting presentation, research on Channel 4's actual innovative coverage of the Paralympics. So thank you all for a very interesting discussion indeed. we should be starting now, I think. This is welcome to this session, which is a little different from as originally advertised, as one of our speakers has unfortunately had to drop out. So we've changed the format of the session so that SYLVIA HARVEY, who is Emeritus Professor at Leeds, I think, who has been a long-time campaigner, ever since I've known her, and that's a long time, as a campaigner for public service broadcasting, a really redoubtable campaigner. Sylvia is going to talk first, and then we have a response and dialogue with Rod Stoneman, who for many years worked in the independent film and video department of Channel 4, and of course is also the organizer of Channel 4's, of the BFI's current season on Channel 4, with which this conference yesterday and today is associated. So this promises to be a very good session indeed. So I'm just refereeing here. So I'll get off. And Sylvia, you have the floor and the screen.
Actually, John, I could perhaps interrupt by saying Sylvia was Professor of Broadcasting Policy at Sheffield and is currently a visiting professor at the University of Leeds. Is that about right? And as you said, a involved person in these debates for the same 40 years.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. I look at it in between my talking, because I think that these are figures from 2020, viewing shares, just so you're aware of that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the origins of Channel 4 from pluralism, what I got from pluralism to Neo-Liberalism, which for me is going from 1977 and the Annan Report through to 1990 and the first major broadcasting legislation under Thatcher, the Broadcasting Act of 1990. But let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back, not the beginning, but go back to Annan, the Annan Report of 1977 on the future of broadcasting. It's that thick, it's like a telephone directory. They don't do things like that these days. I'm not saying it's a wonderful thing, but it is an extraordinary document, the Annan Report. Let's just go back to the 70s briefly. It's a very troubled period, politically and economically. The decade sees 4 prime ministers in the 1970s, quite like our own dear times, perhaps. It sees specifically four Conservative prime ministers, Heath, followed by Labour for the next 6 years, which is Wilson and then Callaghan. And then at the very end, Thatcher comes in, of course, in 79. The 1979 general election delivers a majority of the Conservatives, and Margaret Thatcher remains in power until 1990, which of course is when the next Broadcasting Act comes along. Now, coincidentally, the year that she goes is the year of the major piece of legislation, which is the 1990 Broadcasting Act. I'll probably come back to that a little bit later. But it made some broadcasters very unhappy. ITV was nearly wrecked by the 1990 Act because they had to bid money to get their licenses back. And it was competitive bidding. And you had to pay for 10 years. And some of the old ITV companies, for example, Yorkshire Television, was, in my opinion, more or less destroyed by a huge bid that it put in. It won its license back, but it had no dosh left to make good programmes. So that was anyway, as you can see, I'm not very happy about the 1990 Broadcasting Act. Rupert Murdoch was pleased, understandably, because it finally gave legal recognition to Sky, which was important, of course, for him. 36 bidders in ITV went for just 16 available licenses, and as I've said, it was a bruising, blind bidding process, which resulted in ITV being quite damaged, really. But while this mayhem was going on in the ITV sector around the 1990 Act, a still fairly new Channel 4 was able to quietly get on with what it was trying to do, which was to build audiences. And that's, I suppose, where in a way this slide comes in. At the end of its first 10-year period, it was able to achieve a 10% share of the audience. And the rather extraordinary thing to me is that through all of the vagaries of, dozens of new channels coming on air, particularly with digital switchover in 2012, I think it was, through that whole mayhem of competition that's unleashed in the 90s and the early part of this century, by 2020, Channel 4 is still holding on to its third position with a 10% share of the audience. And I just want to emphasise how extraordinary in a way that is, I think. For the first 5 years of its existence, when it's building up its ad sales, it really had to live off the advertising income that was going to ITV. And here the regulator played a very important part, the IBA, in making sure that enough of the dosh, enough of the surplus dosh that was coming to ITV and was probably meant to go in tax payments. But the IBA made sure that a sufficient amount of that money went to Channel 4 to enable it to make its programmes. It seems to me that the Home Secretary knew about that, Willie Whitelaw, but maybe didn't pass on the information to the Prime Minister. Anyway, with adequate finance from ITV's or Channel 4's own advertising income, it could confirm its remit to reach minority audiences and with the money to make the programmes. The next acid test, as I've already said really, is in 2020, when Barb, God bless Barb, the Broadcasters Audience Research Board, some of which is publicly available, by the way, and I'm surprised by how few people in this field bother to use what they can that's available in Barb, this stuff, for example. As I've already said, they produced a list of top 10 broadcaster groups. How do I change the slides? Sorry. Is it? Oh, I've got it. Yeah, okay, sorry. Got it, sorry. Yeah. I think it's worth just considering briefly the big drop in share between between BBC and ITV are clearly still the big hitters, yes? 32% to BBC, all channels, that is, 22% to ITV, all channels. And then drop down about 10%, so almost half of what the big ones get, Channel 4 gets. But around about the same as what the subscription service Sky gets on 9.7%, so they are at position 5. And Channel 5 is also at the same sort of amount, 9.7%. Channel 4 is not doing badly, really, for its audience share, notwithstanding all the other questions about whether it should be privatised or not. Just by the way, what this table goes on to show, if you're interested, is that the Discovery Group is in 6th position, and Disney is in bottom position. I would like to guess what share of the British audience Disney has, but it's 0.8%. So this is broadcasting we're talking about. And it should be noted that the pie is diminishing. I mean, these days to talk about that stuff is radically changed by the advent of the streamers. Netflix comes in for the first time in, I think, 2012, when the broadcasting system in Britain switches from analog to digital. We can't get figures for the streamers because they don't provide them, which is why all I can do is to provide the Barb stuff. I want to go back now to the Annan Committee And on this slide here, I've got it here. Sorry, how do I? Oh yes, there it is. Yeah. This is actually William Whitelaw at one of his big set-piece lectures, you know, as the Secretary of State who would or would not create Channel 4. He's quoting from the Annan Report, so just so that everyone's seen it. Broadcasting services, they reported in 79, by the way. Broadcasting services should continue to be provided as public services, should continue to be the responsibility of public authorities. This is a Conservative Secretary of State speaking. Should continue to be the responsibility of public authorities, and that these broadcasting authorities should be independent of the government of the day in the conduct of their business. The new channel, follows the three key objectives that the Annan Committee outlines. I'm sorry, I don't have a slide for this one. And the Annan Committee had three objectives. To preserve British broadcasting as a public service accountable to the public through Parliament. To devise a new structure for broadcasting so that it can evolve in the next 15 years. This is a long time ago, but the next 15 years. And to keep the editorial independence of broadcasting organisations free from the control of political pressure groups and vested interests. So it's worth going back to Annan, actually, for some of these principles. I also wanted to point out that Annan, like Whitelaw, was a Second World War veteran. They'd both been in the war. And there isn't time to talk about this here, but I think that's quite important, that they had direct experience of the war. Whitelaw had been a tank commander. And if people have looked at the Storm Over 4, Isaac's book, you'll see that Isaac is quite warm, really, about Whitelaw and what he did to make it possible for Channel 4 to exist. So I suppose I want to talk a little bit now about the attitudes of some experienced British producers who argued for the creation of a new kind of TV channel. I'm sure there are lots of people in the room who know more about this than I do, but it's a very important part of the historical record. The desire to escape from, way back then, to escape from the BBC ITV duopoly, to have something new, something different. And Jeremy Isaacs, who'd been executive producer for Thames TV and had made, astonishingly, made 26 episodes of The World at War in, I think, about 1973. And this was Thames Television. This was in the days when ITV was spending a lot of money on really extraordinarily detailed research material. So he, by the way, moved from Thames to, he popped up as chair of the BFI Production Board. Not a widely known about organisation, but important, I think, as part of the history, because it was on the BFI Production Board he came across in person members of the Independent Filmmakers Association, about 4 people, I think. I was one of them, but Margaret Dickinson's here, and also, God, I can't remember the other people, but Gidal was one, Alan Fountain, of course, the most important, really, yeah, for, as it were, displaying our wares. And
Sylvia, can you just pull your mic down towards
oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. So, and clearly then he goes on to be the first chief executive of Channel 4, and thought highly, as I've already said, of William Whitelaw. And I think I've quoted from the key statement about the future of television as expressed by Annan and repeated by Whitelaw. I think we can contrast now the voices advocating for the new channel, those coming from inside the industry and those coming from outside the industry. I don't think, I've got a little bit on that. Remind ourselves that Tony Smith, who some people do think of as the creator of Channel 4, as it turned out to be. And his comment about to aspire to the pluralism of publishing. So quite a different way of thinking about what television might do and be. Then the producers, the independent producers, their arguments. Sorry, yes. Ray Fitzwalter, I think I got, yes. Michael Darlow was one of the big producers, you know, and his book, which I hope people are aware of, Independent Struggle, The Programme Makers Who Took on the TV Establishment, 2004, written sometime after Channel 4 started, but gives, you know, a very vivid record of the ideas of producers in that period who wanted to see and why they wanted a new channel. But I also wanted to mention, apart from, as it were, the bigger fish, also wanted to mention Ray Fitzwalter, which I would guess very few people in this room have ever heard of. Yes, I would guess. Well, he worked for Granada, and he was very unhappy, as you can tell from the title of his 2008 book, The Dream That Died. And he's talking about ITV there. He's talking about an ITV that's been sort of wrecked by the bidding process and lots of money coming out of its system. And things like World in Action, for which he worked extensively, a major ITV documentary series, disappearing really. So there was the sector of people working in the industry who were arguing for a new channel. And then there was a second kind of call for change, which came from people who, I suppose, were generally a bit younger and certainly lacking in production experience, except we're fortunate enough to be supported by the BFI Production Board, or the art schools, or the Royal College of Art, or the Arts Council, or the Regional Arts Boards, to make short, cheap films. And I'm talking here about the members of the Independent Filmmakers Organisation, the IFA, largely people born after the Second World War, but with some kind of family history that means that generation have still some knowledge of the Second World War. I think it affects how people behave and think. So it's their call for radical change in broadcasting that we can attribute the creation of the special department inside Channel 4, which, as some people will know, the sort of joke was that it was the REMIT department, that it was the department there to fulfil what the law required. And it was on the BFI Production Board that the IFA members met Jeremy Isaacs, or vice versa. Jeremy Isaacs met them. And I thought I would just be slightly wicked in telling you what Isaacs had to say in his book quite a bit later. He didn't say this to people in the room at the time. These were serious people working outside the commercial cinema and outside television, for which they had, for the most part, a lofty contempt. Remember, this is the person who just made these Thames programmes about the Second World War. They had something to say and were struggling in some cases to find a new film language in which to say it. So he does come round to recognising that maybe there's some value in what those people were doing. So there's the serious producers who've done a lot of programme making who want a new channel. And there are these fringe people on the side, the IFA people who want a different kind of channel. And I suppose what they achieved was the Department for Independent Film and Video under Alan Fountain, Rod Stoneman and Caroline Spry. I want to turn now to the legal arrangements for the new channel. The 1980 Broadcasting Act talks about a suitable proportion of matter calculated to appeal to tastes and interests not generally catered for by ITV, a suitable proportion of programmes of an educational nature, and perhaps most importantly, to encourage innovation and experiment in the form and content of programmes. So the regulator, which was then the Independent Broadcasting Authority, was required to ensure that this would happen. And as I've already said, when it happened, the Independent Film and Video Department was sort of seen as the REMIT department by some. Mistake in my view, but there you go. After much contention, the Broadcasting Act of 1980 was passed and provided the requisite legal framework for the new Channel 4. So, as everyone now knows, it produced, a sort of publishing house. It didn't do in-house production, with the one exception of, what was it? I've forgotten now. Thank you, the right to reply. The booth that people go into and say what they didn't like about the programmes, which is a pretty nice idea. But they didn't employ programme makers. So it was a completely different conception, of course, of what television might do. As the newcomer was going to be financed by advertising revenue, it had been assumed by some that it would be a subsidiary of the existing ITV. Well, fortunately, that's not what happened. And the IVA, among other bodies, worked to make sure that Channel 4 would have some kind of meaningful independence in what it could do. And it was actually, I think I'm right in saying, a wholly owned subsidiary of, guess who, the regulator. So it had a kind of independence that was worth having. So, how did the various teams of commissioning editors create new forms of television at Channel 4? Just talking about the early days now. I've already mentioned the Independent Film and Video Department, who made a pretty important contribution to the experiment in the form and content of programmes, most notably with their regular Monday night slot at the 11th hour, which I was looking back recently to see what they showed, and it was really quite extraordinary, the 11th hour. Just to give you a quick sense. Shorts, features and documentaries from all over the world, from countries including Chile, Senegal, Haiti, Belgium, Cuba, India, Argentina. And these included films of British film, So That You Can Live, made by Cinema Action. Some people know about Cinema Action. Don't have time to talk about it here. Well, there were more than two, but the two black workshops in London that I want to mention here are Sankofa and Black Audio, who, among other things, made Let It Never Be Forgotten, Passion of Remembrance, difficult watch now, but certainly experimental, and Hands with Songs, I think, from Black Audio. Other work, innovative work, Song of the Shirt, shown, I think, by the 11th hour, made on a shoestring by Sue Clayton and Jonathan Curling, exactly. Jan Worth's Doll's Eye, made for the BFI Production Board, and then a little bit of money from Channel 4 came in as well. Features and shorts from Cuba, documentary montage from Santiago Alvarez, Now and Hanoi. Now, the film is called Now. Has anyone here seen it? About 3 people have seen it. Well, if you haven't seen it, you really ought to try and see it. Alvarez, the Santiago Alvarez film Now. It's only about 5 minutes. I need to stop. I'm nearly there. Yep. Okay. Chris Marker's Sans Soleil. Anyway, let's move on. Other departments, of course, also offered innovations in various genres, including news, of course. The Channel 4 News was an extraordinary innovation. I don't know if Richard Tate's here, is he now? Oh, he's, yeah, good, right, thank you. Okay. I'm very glad he's come to the conference. Channel 4 News really was an important innovation, to restate. And the early current affairs programme, the Friday Alternative, about which there's quite a mystery, really, about why it was taken off air. And all that Isaacs will say in his book is that he does name someone, actually. He names the chair of his board, who I won't name here, but the chair of the board seems to have definitely had it in for the Friday Alternative, which got removed. And ruffled a lot of feathers, including those of senior politicians. So Isaacs praised the sparkle and wit of the Friday alternative, but saw it disappear. So in conclusion, I'm sorry, I know John wants me to wind up quite correctly. Other examples of innovation, not just the independent film and video department, because there was all sorts of different kinds of innovation going on. And I'd like to just mention 4 here, if I may. Bertrand Tavernier made a truly wonderful film called La Guerre sans nom, The War Without a Name, about the war in Algeria, really, the war for Algerian independence. And the film was very long and was shown in 2 parts by Channel 4. And it was interviews with the paratroopers, the French paratroopers who'd been in Algeria doing some terrible things, including almost certainly in some cases torture. And the film is the most beautiful film because it gives these men who did some terrible things the space to speak. And I think that's quite important. So I wanted to mention that film. Secondly, The Dragon Has 2 Tongues. Oh dear, does anyone remember this? The Dragon Has 2 Tongues, a wonderful title. And of course the whole point about it was that it had 2 tongues. So it being Channel 4, there were historians working on that, I think it was a 13-part series, I'd forgotten how long it was, History of Wales. 2 Welsh historians giving different views of Welsh history. A rather wonderful contribution, I think, to experimental innovation. Thirdly, I wanted to mention Shoah. Does anyone here remember Shoah? It was a really, it was a 9-hour film made by Claude Lanzmann about the Holocaust. And Channel 4, was brave enough to show it, I think in 2 parts. So not the 9 hours, but in 2 hours they must have shown an awful lot. In October of 1987. And finally, After Dark, which I'm sorry the person who's going to speak about that isn't here now, but I thought it'd be quite humorous to finish with that one because I need to stop. But After Dark, some people know, didn't have to stop. It started at midnight and just went on and on. And they had some pretty good speakers, and there was no finishing time. So it was quite innovative, arguably, for that reason. Okay, thanks very much. That's it, really.
Begin with an apology, which is because of the relatively short notice in doing this. It's not a prepared paper, as John has indicated, but being involved in the season programming here, inevitably there's been a lot of encountering and re-encountering and rethinking and argumentation about the first 10 years of Channel 4, but bear that in mind in relation to every other paper, which has been, a careful, thought-through intervention in advance. I wanted to just pull out a couple of things around things at the conference so far and what Sylvia's touched on. Firstly, I was very fascinated by a thing within John's opening keynote speech, which was Jeremy Isaacs' interview about plums and the cake, because it is true that most discourse and analysis about Channel 4, and indeed programming a season, has a focus entirely on the plums. And I think it was a useful counter to that, to say, well, the plums sit in a cake, and what nutritional value does that have across time? I would just say a lot of plums add up to some kind of pudding, and having been involved in the channel in that epoch, our focus was on the plums, but there were also slightly more sustained runs of the fruit, such as Out, that Caroline Spry commissioned, I think 3 series, Mandy, of Out, which became out on Tuesday, or Out on Tuesday, which became out, and South, 2 series of South, which was a magazine program with components from filmmakers in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And yes, there was a shift in our department's work, which is SYLVIA. So we used to think of ourselves as the alibi, because we never get enough budgets or schedule space, but our photographs of our programs were all over the annual report. So there was a sense in which, you know, we fulfilled that function and were pleased too, but wanted always to push outwards. And I mean, any notion of coming back on you know, the first 10 years as nostalgia has to be refuted. I mean, we've felt that, you know, we had a stab at it, but that work had to be surpassed. New generations had to come and take it further and in different directions. And that's, I think, very clear at the time. I wanted also just to say, and this is the sort of the framing for talking about enough plums to constitute more of a cake, was that, you know, I had a sense that, you know, outside of Channel 4, in the British version, I live in Ireland now, so I see it from further away, but the British version, post-68, with its kind of annus mirabilis in relation to anti-colonialism, the war in Vietnam, feminism, sexual politics, revolting students in Paris, Stalinism falling apart in Prague. I mean, post-68, there was a long penumbra with its effect in the culture. So we've been talking about Channel 4, but there was also, you know, Stuart Hall talking about our program on Marx in the ITV, I think it was Thames, but one of the ITV companies. And, you know, John Berger's Ways of Seeing in the BBC, which is sort of notable as a frame in British television that was wider than Channel 4 saying, what shall we do? And John Wyver's nodding, and he did something very... So there was Ways of Seeing, and there was State of the Art, which was pushing the boundaries formally in talking about contemporary art, I think one could say. So that's the wider historical context. And the thing that I remember talking about with SYLVIA, off the record, as it were, previously, is the next, I wouldn't say annus mirabilis, because it's the opposite, but what happened in '89 with the fall of the wall, of course, was a liberation from oppressive and authoritarian structures and regimes. But it also had the effect on the West, I think, of the release of Neo-Liberalism. There was no longer a sort of state system challenging expansive capitalism. And I came across a tiny piece of evidence about this. There was an article by a woman who I think was at SOAS, but in the New Left Review about Burkina Faso. And in a footnote, she records that when she was in Ouagadougou in 2010, I think it was, there was a lot of street demonstrations from students demanding free tertiary education. And the American ambassador said to her as an aside, free university education, that was the past. We didn't have to do that once the wall fell. And okay, it's a little trivial remark from one individual, but I have a sense that it's actually an indication of a much bigger change in our economies and our histories. And as I say, I'm not an apologist for Stalinism, but you know, there was a different kind of approach to public service, education, and health, primarily in that system. And that going just before, you know, the 90s has been part of a process of regression, I think one can say. So if we're to talk about what remains, what emitted from the remit and what remains of it, it, of course, was at that historical point and that juncture that led it to come through from Anthony Smith and others and the campaigns has to be the framing for it. But after 10 years of work in the channel, I did a thing for Screen called Sins of Commission. And in that, the last paragraph tried to look forward from, there was immediate concern about Channel 4 selling its own advertising. I don't think it was as dramatic a change at the time, but clearly in the longer term, it had an effect on the mentality of commissioners, schedulers, budgeters in all things. I mean, it was closer to the money because, as Sylvia touched on, the beginning of Channel 4 had this extraordinary armature whereby the pressure of those financing the channel, the ITV companies, was kept at arm's length because they paid a subscription based on their large-scale profits, and a proportion of those which they took, as Paul Bonner said last night, they managed to claim tax back on, but they paid Channel 4 a subscription, which became the Channel 4 budget, and they sold the advertising space in the junctions of the programme. And as the channel moved from 4 to 6 to 10%, we lost the sort of potter's wheel late at night. Got advertising hitting those sectors of society. They were called in advertising terms AB last night in one of the debates, and that clearly made the economy kind of work. Although it's also worth saying, I mean, Sylvia mentioned Showa. I don't know which came first, but certainly in Showa and Derek Jarman's Blue, they took out the ad breaks. Because we said, that a good part of informed people in Britain knew that Derek was dying and that he was losing his sight, and a great filmmaker, the tragedy of a visual artist losing his sight. And they agreed to, actually it was our department with the education department co-financing Blue, produced by James Mackay, directed by Derek Jarman, obviously, with a pure blue screen. For about 70 minutes at 10 o'clock in the evening on a British television channel. And then, secondarily, the click came, the light bulb went off that, there couldn't be ad breaks in it. And so it's like closing your shop because your grandmother's died. I mean, you're losing serious money by not having ad breaks in the evening. And yet that wasn't any hesitation for the channel. And Showa, as it said, shown across a weekend, 9 hours of it. Also, of course, couldn't have ad breaks. But mind you, there was a bit of that kind of wonderful craziness that can't be accounted for by historical analysis. I mean, another wonderful example was that Kevin Brownlow had restored Abel Gance's Napoleon, and there was a program review meeting. We were talking about, we're going to put Napoleon on. And then Jeremy, who turned up for that part of the discussion, said, well, what I'm really interested in is the final coloured triptych, if you remember the film, where, what we'll have to do is warn people in advance so they can put one television with the left-hand side and one with the middle. And there was kind of stunned silence until someone said, Jeremy, I'm not sure that everyone's got 3 television sets to make this work. But, what? Yeah, definitely AB. And these days you'd need some... Yeah, but that's right. And actually it was a marvellously unrealistic idea. And actually, if we're talking about the BBC agreed to do, and it was in very early days, and of course before the internet, agreed to do a stereo transmission on Radio 3, I think it was, of Blue, simulcast of Blue, so that people, I don't know, hopefully turned the lights down, had Blue coming out the screen and could hear the voices across the room. And then immediately afterwards, Brian Wenham, who competed for the job with Grade in due course, just said, they are a rival broadcaster, we do not cooperate with them. Anyway, sorry, I have digressed, but to come back to the kind of overall political and strategic move in 83 or 82, when it started, through to about 92 when I left, the phrase for understanding what was happening then, which I have to say I think is relevant now in the current proposals about Channel 4, is that conservative governments tend to construct haphazard legislation designed to release market forces which themselves, in the longer term, lead to new, more congenial and conservative configurations. So this is a subtle way, a subtle British way of reshaping broadcasting in an ideologically more amenable form. I mean, the process is clearly not the same as, like the end of a very British coup, sending in the troops, or sacking, as in some of the continental stations, sacking key editorial people when a government changes. But the market can do that work, and at a point in which Channel 4 pays its CEO 1.2 million and its director of programs 650,000, those are already en route to an effect which will work its way through what's on screen. Just to sort of finish by saying a little about the current situation. I think that, as I say, I don't live in Britain, but seeing what I see of television, the problem is one that now there is no sustained space for the kind of work, or an evolution and development from the kind of work that the early channel did. And maybe it should be replaced, but there's no space to even work out that replacement. What we have is punditry, people like, Novara Media Online, or Ash Shankar on occasional breakfast television, and Joe Lycett being sarcastic. But that's not the same as direct speech from the global south, from communities of interest in Britain, from, say, the gay and lesbian community that spoke on screen in a sustained way in Out, let alone experiment and visually based work, which surely is part of a healthy culture. I mean, the visually based work, say Isaac Julian in Sankofa, or John Acomfort in Black Audio, have sought refuge in the gallery, and that has some, differences and advantages, but it certainly has a different relationship with a different kind of audience. And so to just wind up by saying, I mean, there are some signs of hope, I think, with the Media Democracy campaign, with an event about the workshops, and new versions of workshops at the ICA on the 5th of November, I think. But I know that Paul disagreed when I said yesterday, I think we've reached the end of the era of television. I think that it's going, and the significant changes of all aspects in the digital world and the access to the audiovisual through the digital actually suggest a focus on issues of curation. We all know about Netflix's algorithms, but it's, they send me a note saying, people like you would like to see Jeffrey Dahmer, the new series they've made. Well, they're wrong, but, it's interesting. I don't know how their system came up with that. The problem for me is things through actual word of mouth that I've discovered. I mean, Netflix is the only streamer that we've got a subscription to. And in fact, we come in off the back of my son's subscription. No, I don't know if I owe him for that. But the only things that I've seen that are really lit up are virtually, did you know that Mati Diop, who's the niece of Jabril Diop in Senegal, made Atlantics? Yes. Which you can, which you found on, how did you find it?
That's a good question. She's also an actress in a brilliant film called 24 Rums, 34 Rums.
I didn't know that.
She plays the female lead in it.
Okay.
And I used to show it in class. I got interested.
Well, you know, a really inventive, magic realist Senegalese feature film called Atlantics is in there on Netflix if you can find it. Or the absolutely wonderfully crazy David Lynch has done a 20-minute black and white piece called What Did Jack Do?, in which he interviews a monkey. Which you can also find, but it's through someone telling you there. I mean, I understand, you know, Ian Katz was talking the other day about building, you know, email lists of people with connected interests so that they find what Channel 4 is putting up these days. But that, it seems to me that in the kind of Tower of Babel, that is the digital world, it's social media and other curatorial forms that are really what's at stake in trying to open those more sustained spaces that were easier when you had 4 buttons and 4 channels and you know, more public and synchronous version of saying things. I'm sure that television will limp on, and I'm sure that in relation to news and sport, although probably not music, you know, it will have that role. But that leaves a lot out. And I guess that the discussion, just to finish by saying the discussion about the role the channel will evolve to play in all this depends quite a lot on what I think is a confusion. We've got a session on controversy tonight, if anyone's interested, but there's a confusion between controversy and sensationalism, and that's what I thought in Mandy's session about, you know, the Naked Sinner Black show that had an impact and continues to have an impact, and they've got a new season coming up next year called Truth or Dare, which has got something about women in Afghanistan. Well, actually, it's not. It's about a woman who's a porn star from Afghanistan. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just as there was nothing wrong, from my point of view, with Big Brother, it's a question of the way that it dominates the menu and excludes other things. I wouldn't be wanting to say you can't have naked attraction. I'd be wanting to say what's around it and what alternatives or debates about it. I mean, in 2 minutes, we already opened up a lot of stuff just a second ago. And it's the absence of the kind of public debate that can lead to the development of interesting television with some radical elements within it that I think we lack now. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want you to take Rod's rich and rather delicious metaphor of plums and cakes and throw it back, a question back to both of you, actually, which is, I mean, if we consider this, we're in the middle of a shift, and this debate in Channel 4 is part of that, from public service broadcasting to what Ofcom and DCMS sees as kind of media now, a medley of 4,000 choices, all online, streamed. How important is the cake? And I'm taking the cake in that sense to be the institutions, perhaps with reference to what you just said in terms of their curatorial role. But how important is the cake that is holding all these plums that we're endlessly
assailed by or choosing from online?
Can I just say that Ofcom recently ran a major investigation into public service broadcasting, otherwise known as BBC, ITV, Channel 4 and Channel 5.
Yeah, the Media Now is a reference to that. Media Now is what they call their response.
No, they call it small screen, big debate.
Okay.
And I think that probably, I guess most people here won't be aware of that Ofcom did that, you know. So they did do they were trying to get debate about public service broadcasting raised up, but I think lots of people weren't aware that it was happening.
Rod, cake.
Cake, plums.
Cake, of course.
Well, I mean, we perceive, just as I was saying, a season puts things together, we perceive it through an accumulation of plums. And I think that we're not anywhere near the occasional appearance of plums at the moment, let alone the kind of broader accumulation which is more of a dialogue. I mean, they are very rare and few and far between, I think.
Okay, this is going Richard Tate.
First of all, thank you both very much. It's a question for both of you from different perspectives. Holly mentioned the regulator. We've had some really interesting sessions on the early history of Channel 4, where clearly the tension was between Jeremy Isaacs and Edmund Dell. That's the reality of it. The chairman was not on board for some of the things that the director of programmes wanted to do. I just wonder from your two different perspectives, one as a producer and one as an observer of the scene, what you think the real impact of the regulator was in those early days, because Sylvia produced a wonderful slide showing all the things the regulator ought to do. I'm not sure, from my experience as a producer for Channel 4, that I was particularly aware of the regulator being that active, or even that, or frankly, even that constructive. I just wonder what your two perspectives were.
Well, which year are we talking about? Are we talking about?
We're talking about the early years.
Okay, so let's say 1983.
We're talking about the tension between Dell and Isaacs at the time when the station was trying to be very innovative.
Yes.
Clearly attention. We've seen extra session yesterday about some of the early 2020 and what happened to some of those experiments.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to be aware about the fact the chair of the board was not signed up. But I'm sorry, you know better than I do. I'm sure. It doesn't seem to me that that was had so much of an impact on what was actually being done and commissioned. And I mean, it was an irritation for Isaacs, but I don't think it was a total limitation.
Obviously, within the commissioning body, one was aware of the IBA, well, the board and its alternative or dialectical differences and the IBA. I think that they were, the other side of the hill, crucially, because Isaacs set a framework of, as you referred to, radical pluralism, whereby occasionally there could be, there was a weekly program review, and there could be a sense of programs being heavily criticized from one angle or another. Though Liz Vaughan once said to me, the issue of balance in Channel 4 has a geographical dimension, because this was her phrase, you and Alan can do as many hagiographies as Che Guevara as you like, but in British politics we need to have a bit of this and a bit of that, and when it gets to election time we need to get the stopwatch out. That precise in terms of balance. So there was the space to do things, and Isaacs in that delightful way. I mean, you mentioned him meeting IFA views on the BFI production board, and I can't resist this wonderful thing, which he never uses the name, but I know he's referring to Peter Goodall. He said, I met someone there who accused me of being an opportunist of the Leninist sort. And obviously this was such a strange and weird formulation. It's part of this, I met people with, doing very different things to what I found in Thames. The IBA, I think, had a sort of, proper professional, face, but behind that, I mean, I know that they had contempt for some of these activities that we were embarking on. And I mean, I heard the phrase, a bunch of lefties just out of film school. That's, how misinformed, I think one could say, their perceptions were. And Crilly, the director of Mother Ireland, is here, and we're going to look at that in the controversy section. All the fun and games of quite a long and complex issue of censorship did not involve the IBA, never went to the IBA. It was all inside the channel, and in Grade's words, whether the balance of public benefit from understanding vis-a-vis the balance of public offence, how that could be argued. And the board vetoed it. Grade pushed it, the board vetoed it, and then in the end, well, I should say this tonight, but in the end it got shown because John Willis did a wonderful season called Banned, B-A-N-N-E-D, and so that was, of course, the perfect context by some ridiculous Canadian program interviewing Mairead Farrell. And I said, but we've got a film in the basement, and so it got shown at that in that context. Yeah. But the IBA. Yeah, I mean, there were some censorship issues where they came right in with Cheddo's People's Account. That involved the IBA, I think.
Well, that was never shown.
No,
that was
exactly.
never broadcast.
Yeah.
I think we've got time for one quick question right at the back, I think. Okay.
I was just going to sort of go back to the plums and the cake. I mean, and Rob obviously disagrees with me, but what I'd like to hang on to about television, among other things, is news, current affairs, liveness, none of which the streamers can do, and reflecting a national culture, none of which the streamers are interested in. And I think that makes it absolutely crucial to fight for national broadcasters and national, bits of culture.
Well, public service, as they used to call it.
Yes, public service, and I think we're kind of forgetting that when we just kind of blithely wave television goodbye, because without it, we're dead.
I've got a handkerchief in my hand as I do it, but you talk to a new generation about when the news is on, they can't hear the time because that's not what they watch.
Yeah, but it wasn't what you watched or I watched when we were teenagers and when we were 20-something.
Okay. Well, that's a very good point. I mean, I'm getting the signals that we should cut this here. The floor manager runs everything. So look, I thank Sylvia Harvey and Rod Stoneman last minute. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a very pleasant lunch. We have a small change to the advertised schedule this afternoon. David Lee and Catherine Champion send their apologies. They're not able to travel to us today. So we have two excellent papers for you instead of 3, and more time for discussion and more time for questions. I'm going to ask first for Nathan Townsend, who is a lecturer in creative industries at the University of York, to come to the stage.
Thank you. So I'll, whoops, there we go. No image just yet. Very good. So I thought I'd start with this image, this ident from Channel 4 with a well-known historical building in Leeds in the background, the Corn Exchange, as an apt picture for my presentation. Channel 4 in Leeds, the regional devolution of a public service broadcaster. So just to quickly cover the types of things that I'm going to be addressing in the next 20 minutes or so, really these things. So the context of regional devolution, within that the threat of privatisation, the historical threat of privatisation, for all the UK, which was the strategic and policy response of Channel 4 in no small part to that threat, and then I'm going to be covering the pitch process, which was the process by which it was determined that the new national HQ of Channel 4 would be located in Leeds. And then a section on selecting Leeds, regional stakeholders, the involved parties in making that decision or advocating for that decision, capacity building and commissioning within the nations and regions, 2 issues that come out of that relocation. And then a little section on what's next. So the subsequent policy initiative that Channel 4 implemented following For All the UK, called Future 4, the issue of global television, and again the returning threat of privatisation. So the general areas I want to sort of talk through. It's worth saying, of course, that the mounting political pressure on Channel 4 in relation to privatisation is nothing new. In fact, 2015 was quite a notable year in that regard, and a selection of headlines from the trade press at the time and the national press. Channel 4 could be sold for £1 billion under a new Tory government. David Abram, of course, the former chief exec of Channel 4, making the case why that shouldn't happen, and David Cameron reasserting that it is in fact an option, all in 2015. And the book that came out of that debate, What Price Channel 4 the following year, with a sort of collection of essays making the case for Channel 4 that I'm sure people are familiar with. This sort of rolled over a couple of years later into a series of official reports from DCMS, putting forward the idea of a regional devolution of Channel 4, and indeed the Channel 4 response to that, the consultation that they did, and finally a sort of an economic report about the possible benefits of relocating Channel 4 to different hubs, and indeed a different national HQ somewhere else. And this should be seen within the broader context of the larger government initiative that was called at the time, and is still called, the Northern Powerhouse, which, while fairly loose in its sort of objectives and ambitions, was centred on these sort of important northern regions, particularly in England, of course, so the Leeds City region, the North East, Humber, Sheffield, Liverpool and Greater Manchester. So there's already a sort of loose connection between broader government strategic thinking and what to do about Channel 4. So as I said, this threat of privatisation sort of subsided between 2015 and 2017, but one response was the sort of co-opting of Channel 4 as a piece of strategy within the broader strategy of the Northern Powerhouse. And Channel 4's response to this pressure from DCMS was to come up with the For All the UK strategy in the subsequent year, 2018. And these are the sort of headline ambitions of that strategy. So Channel 4's nations and regions content spend would significantly increase from 35 to 50% for main channel UK commissions by 2023. A national HQ would be established outside of London alongside 2 smaller creative hubs in the nations and regions in 2019, and this would be home to 300 Channel 4 jobs, including key creative decision makers, a point that we'll come back to a little later on. There'll be a significant increase to Channel 4's regional representation with new studios and new Channel 4 news in the nations and regions. And finally, Channel 4 would reduce its London footprint with space in the Horseferry Road HQ made available to production companies and other people working in the nations and regions. So a sort of a slate of responses to this, this pressure from above, from DCMS to reform Channel 4 in line with their sort of nations and regions thinking, the Northern Powerhouse, and their sort of idea of levelling up the nation, which is, of course, a phrase that's trotted out time and again. So to look briefly at the pitch process and the criteria that were involved in that pitch process. So on the left, the national HQ, there were certain criteria that had to be met, a working population of 200,000 plus, travel time to London up to 3 hours, a high level of physical and digital connectivity and infrastructure. So already clearly ruling out some possibilities as the host city of the national HQ, given those sort of provisos there. And the creative hubs 1 and 2, a working population of 75,000 plus, travel time to London up to 4 hours, and proximity to a well-developed independent TV digital production community. So a bit more scope in that insofar as the hubs could be, of course, smaller cities and more distant from London. So in May of that year, 2018, we get the long list with 7 on the long list for the HQ: Bristol, Cardiff, Glasgow, Greater Manchester, Leeds, Liverpool, and the West Midlands, primarily Coventry and Birmingham. And indeed, we have the same list, the long list for the creative hubs, at the time being Belfast, Brighton, Newcastle, Gateshead, Nottingham, Sheffield, and Stoke-on-Trent. And this gets whittled down quite quickly. So by July, we have a short list for the HQ being Birmingham, Greater Manchester, and Leeds, and finally a decision that October that it would be Leeds with the creative hubs in Bristol and Glasgow. So the same sort of process that you would have, albeit on a much smaller scale, with cities competing to host a major event like the Commonwealth Games or the Olympics. So to look a little bit more at the regional stakeholders that were involved in creating the successful bid that was the bid from Leeds, and these are the players involved in that discussion. So we have the City of Bradford Metropolitan District Council, Leeds City Region Enterprise Partnership, the LEP, Leeds City Council itself, and then some players from the industry in and around Leeds, notably Screen Yorkshire, one of the few remaining regional screen agencies after the sort of 2010-11 period, the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, and indeed some representation from significant production companies in and around Leeds and the Yorkshire region more broadly, like True North Productions as an example of that. So this is the collection of organisations making the argument on behalf of Leeds as being the recipient of the ultimate prize, the new national HQ for Channel 4. I did a few interviews with people from these various organisations, and I'm going to talk through some excerpts from those interviews to give you a sense of the thinking around this question and ultimately the decision making, but rather the the events and the arguments that led up to that decision. So this is David Shepherd, Director of Trade and Investment at the Leeds LEP, who was sort of really the force coordinating the application overall. And one point that he made is that it was the degree to which the LEP was able to get in there early in this process that was one of the significant factors. So he says, we're extremely proactive in terms of picking up signals for potential inwards investors or businesses that are considering new strategies. It's what we do. We were just discussing the various machinations of what a Channel 4 presence outside of London could look like. We were supplying them with fairly generic information to try and lead them towards developing a strategy within Channel 4. Obviously, during that time, Channel 4 were having their own discussions with the government to try and ascertain the kind of quantum of pressure or the quantum of expectation that DCMS had around Channel 4 being out of London. That proactivity from us allowed us to understand Channel 4 so that when the For All the UK process began, we were starting from a stronger position. Yes, absolutely. So getting there early, being in on those whispers and very early discussions and making the case as early as possible. And indeed, an organisation, all of the LEPs nationally, but the Leeds one is no different. They're very interested in attracting inwards investment to the regions that they represent. And so another interview with Eve Roothouse, the Chief Officer of Economic Development at Leeds City Council, gives another sort of indication, another sort of nod to some of the reasons why Leeds was able to make that strong argument that was ultimately successful. And she says, one was geographic location. Leeds is in the centre of the UK. It's the only northern city from which you can access all the other northern cities easily. It's easily accessible from London, and it's easy to get to Scotland from Leeds. We use data to show that the pull of Birmingham, you're actually pulling on the same population and people and talent as London with some overlap, and we showed that the pull of Manchester is actually quite focused on the northwest, whereas Leeds has a much broader geographical pull for talent that comes from a bigger geographical location. Next was access to talent, which is a bit like the location thing. Channel 4's got a very keen focus on diversity, so obviously we underline the diversity of the population of both Leeds, and when you add Bradford into the mix, the broader region that you can access has a really diverse talent pool. So clearly both geographical locations that are to the advantage of Leeds, its proximity in the middle of the country, but absolutely this question of diversity and the combination of Leeds and Bradford providing that for Channel 4. Onwards. So this is Sally Joynson, who's the chief exec of Screen Yorkshire. And she made a much more sort of historical argument about the disproportionate amount of money that had been invested in the northwest and, beg your pardon, in the east and west of the country over time. Not least because Screen Yorkshire has made this argument in other forums as well. That are unrelated to the Channel 4 move. And she says, there's so much consolidation on the western side of the UK, so Bristol, Birmingham, Manchester, Glasgow, the eastern side of the UK has just been left. From the north, from the Scottish borders down through the northeast, Yorkshire, East Midlands, you know, it had been in decline. And I think there was a recognition that if you continue to push all of this into the northwest, where does that leave the other part of the country? We have a population of nearly 6 million people in Yorkshire with a really strong brand, a really strong characteristic, and a really strong legacy in production, not least because of the continuing support of an organisation like Screen Yorkshire in that area. That east-west bias was certainly an argument that Screen Yorkshire felt really strongly about. Also, I interviewed Sinead Rocks, who 2019 became the managing director of Nations and Regions at Channel 4. And again, in relation to that initial strategy, the For All the UK strategy, she says, if we are to spend 50% of our budget outside of London, we need to further grow the independent production community outside of London, and we need to work with them to enable them to win more business in peak time slots and attract a higher tariff and to win business that is returnable. So we need to work with the indies in that sense, but we also need to look at the talent pools that exist outside of London, because commissioners are less likely to take a chance if they don't think the talent working on the programme is of the right calibre. So pointing to the reality that these numbers have to shift over time, and Channel 4 has to actively create a scenario where 50% is the reality of their production spend outside of London, but also pointing to some of the problems inherent with achieving that. To what extent are their nations and regions ready to produce those programs that are, particularly those programs that are most beneficial to the long-term future of production companies, of course, that she's pointing to those returnable programs and higher tariff programs. And it's interesting to look at this sort of the recent data from Ofcom that gives us a sense of where this is going. So the sort of dark coloured mass on the bottom of all those graphs is the non-regional spend, which we can see is slowly falling and has been slowly falling since about 2015. And if we take the sort of 2020, the most recent available information on this transition, we're heading in that direction, but the non-regional spend is still 53% and the regional spend 46.6%. And interestingly, when you break down the sort of regions within that, those regional spends, we can see that the two key areas remain Northern England and Southern England outside of London, with much smaller percentages of overall expenditure going to Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Midlands and the East. Another interesting quotation from Sinead Rocks about some of the changes that happen in relation to commissioning decisions with the move outside of London, and particularly the relocation of the so-called national HQ. She says, we've got a director of programs whose overall responsibility is for all the content on our linear channels. So the buck stops with him and he has final say on paper. What I suppose is particularly interesting for the nations and regions commissioners is that we've got discretionary development spend that doesn't have to go through London. So they, for the first time now, have got their own pots of money where they can work directly with the independent companies. They know what the overall creative strategy is, so working within that framework, they can work up ideas without having to get permission to do so. So this interesting sort of mixed economy approach to commissioning, whereby ultimately decisions are still routed through London. There is the director of programs signing off on all of these decisions, but the ability to encourage programming from the regions enhanced by these, as she says, discretionary pots of money for development. So a change there as well. But one facet of this that was interesting to me is quite quickly on the heels of Channel 4's relocation to Leeds, we have the next important piece of Channel 4 policy that comes out the very next year, in fact, Channel 4's Future 4 strategy, which outlines these so-called strategic pillars, which are really a response to the digital disruption that streamers have caused, as well as other factors, and they're very general in tone to begin with. So in terms of content, they're prioritizing growth over linear ratings. In terms of viewers, they're putting viewers at the heart of their decision making. In terms of their commercial agenda, diversify new revenue streams and to underpin our sustainability, and finally partnerships, focusing on strategic partnerships to compete more effectively. So a very general range of ambitions that, as I say, is a response to the proliferation of other options available to viewers. But when you dig a little deeper within that strategy and what it means in practice when it's implemented, it starts to look a little different and raises some questions about the issue of regionalism versus globalism and whether or not they are competing agendas and whether or not you can in fact hope to square that circle, because one element of that broader strategy that I recounted there is for example, the Global Format Fund, which is still running to the end of this year and was one of the sort of flagship components of the scheme. So Channel 4 ring-fenced 30 million as incremental spend over last year and this year, particularly for the development of ideas that will be considered in the context of the creative components of potential formatable shows designed to best resonate with audiences in the UK and in international markets, and their likely contribution to both Channel 4 audience share and international format sales. So yes, a sort of a conflicted picture in a sense, this move to the regions, greater nations and regions spend, a sort of reorganization of some of the commissioning practices, but in the end, the reality bites that Channel 4 has to see itself also as a player in this global marketplace. So a question about that regionalism and globalism and whether or not these are competing agendas or can they coexist in some way together. And just a few sort of examples of Channel 4's recent and historical programming, the kind of things that are formats on the left that are heavily formatted shows for which they've become known, and on the right some drama shows that are clearly speaking to the nations and regions very directly, and perhaps somewhere in the middle with something like Educating Yorkshire, a means of combining these two sort of tracks of thought between regionalism and globalism. Yeah, and what next? Well, of course, none of us know, but the direction of travel seems relatively clear, despite some reports over the summer in the news that perhaps a decision won't be made in favour of privatisation, but increasingly it feels like that will become the reality. So, yes, whether a commitment to the nations and regions can continue if Channel 4 is privatised would, on the face of it, seem unlikely, given that you're giving over the corporation to the free market and to free enterprise. But who knows is really the only answer I've got for that at the minute. So that's me. Thank you very much.
Nathan. We're next going to hear from Professor Andrew Spicer, who is Professor of Cultural Production at the University of the West of England in Bristol.
Thank you, Nick, and big thanks to John for organising this conference. And hello, everybody. The university's got very strict regulations about how you use its logo. I think I've infringed every single one of those. But that's a note of dissent, isn't it? That's the theme of the conference. Okay, so this presentation then has two aims. The first is to explore the impact of Channel 4's relocation, which Nathan has outlined for us. The impact that's had on Bristol's screen ecology as one of its creative hubs. And in a previous presentation in July 2020, I analysed the For All the UK competition and why Bristol was chosen. So I don't want to repeat that today, and I think we're far enough down the line in 2022 to make some meaningful observations about the kind of differences that Channel 4 has made to Bristol. And Nathan has outlined that process anyway. The second aim is to situate this relocation within extended political history of attempts by public service media, I'm using the term public service media to signify how important their online activities now are, to serve the UK's nations and regions rather than simply the metropolis, In particular, I wish to examine the ways in which Channel 4's core mission, which we heard about this morning, to demonstrate innovation, experiment creativity in the form and content of programs, appeal to tastes in the interests of a culturally diverse society, and exhibit a distinctive character, has become intertwined with their nations and regions' strategy. And by way of a conclusion, I reflect on the current difficulties that Channel 4 and other PSMs face in a thoroughly commercialised and international media landscape, and finally, the threat of privatisation. That's it. Okay, so the presentation then is based on detailed primary research that I conducted with a colleague Steve Presence and Agatha Freimas, extended interviews with CEOs of various Bristol companies, and with Sinead Rocks, Head of Nations and Regions, her Deputy, Kevin Blako, Head of Partnerships, Sasha Mirzoff and Joe Street, respective Heads of Hub in Bristol and Glasgow, and with Stuart Cosgrove, founding Regions and Nations Controller, who also led Glasgow's bid. So that's just a checklist slide, isn't it, that Nathan's talked about before all the UK competition and what the outcome was. And it was a competition that, and a relocation that Alex Mann, the CEO, heralded as the largest structural shake-up in Channel 4's history. And she committed, as Nathan mentioned, to increase its regional spend from 35%, which was Ofcom's target, to 50%. Right, so regional production models then. I have a little bit more time this afternoon, but not that much more, I realise. But I think we've got clear contrasts here, which is worth kind of thinking about just a little bit. So the BBC has tried various things. Production outliers controlled from the centre. It's tried Centre of Excellence, which is still operative, you know, Centre of Excellence for Drama in Cardiff, the NHU and Factual in Bristol and so on. But they're based on genre. They're not based on location. They're not based on the area that the centre is located in. So the NHU, in fact, could be anywhere, really. Then it's tried the relocation, 5 whole departments to Salford, Media City UK in 2012. Interestingly enough, the famous lift and shift policy. You take a whole department, you lift it and you shift it somewhere else. And then more recently, and it's too early, I think, to judge the effect of this one across the UK, which, if you read the discussion about that from the BBC, is a model of more dispersed commissioning power. ITV, famously, in the 1950s, in response to the BBC being a thoroughly metropolitan organisation, was initiated as a federated series of regional franchises. One of the most famous of which is Granada in the northwest, Granada Land, based in Manchester with Coronation Street. And I think it's worth thinking about the vision, because I know ITV is now historic, it's a historic model. But I think it's worth thinking about the vision that underpinned that. And I want to quote from David Plowright, one of their most talented executives, I think, who said, "The greatest asset ITV brought to national broadcasting was the distancing from London of a major part of creative input into television. The change was not only desirable in itself, but part of a revolutionary policy designed to give regions hope for the future." Wonderful phrase. Regional independent television brought an entirely new scrutiny to bear on British society. Now, I think Channel 4's regional model has been based on its founding remit, which we've heard about so often, as a publisher-broadcaster that looked to the plurality, that looked to independent producers to produce programmes. And the quotation I've got there is, "It enables Channel 4 to take risks on creative ideas and people that other organisations with different models might not." So you're placing the emphasis then on your partners, the indies that you're working with. Let's have a look at Channel 4's model in more detail. According to Maggie Brown in her recently extended history of Channel 4, its central London location originally meant the majority of its early programmes were made by London-based indies, thereby reinforcing the broadcasting's metropolitan bias and limiting its regional reach. In order to redress this balance, which Alistair talked about this morning, a new Glasgow-based senior post was created in the mid-90s, Director of Nations and Regions, with overall responsibility for Channel 4's strategy and its corporate development outside London. Its first incumbent, Stuart Cosgrove, said, this is back in 2002, "My work for Channel 4 is driven not by the dull plea for regional television," that's a lovely phrase, I think, "but for the more exhilarating thought that some of Britain's best companies work from a regional base in creative cities far from London." He actually also talked about the parochialism of London in that sense. And Cosgrove argued that these small dynamic companies, by their nature, are closer to ideas, popular influences and cultural change, and therefore were the best hope for encouraging a diverse and sustainable, that was important, I think, spectrum of regional production. This concept, I think, remains Channel 4's core policy. So working with production companies with an established regional base. It's more meaningful to work with production companies and talent with genuine roots and commitment to a given region than to undertake a lift and shift production as a means of meeting the quota. That was Channel 4's response to DCMS consultation document increasing the regional impact of Channel 4 back in April 2017. So that statement makes an obvious sideswipe, doesn't it, at the BBC's lift and shift policy, but also at the notorious brass plate companies whose regional offices are just fig leaves for London-based firms that exist solely to fulfil that outside the M25 Ofcom quota requirement. However, this statement doesn't acknowledge the frustrations regional indies often felt in having to travel to London to pitch their ideas to the channel's metropolitan commissioners, the £125 cappuccino, as the phrase went. Now, the big shift, I think, is from working with companies to working with cities. That, to me, is the key shift embodied in Relocation, in that Channel 4 is now beginning to think about working with cities rather than simply companies, in a broader partnership that would have a civic dimension. Its incoming CEO, Alex Mann, argued that Relocation would, quote, "make Channel 4 even more open to new talent and fresh voices from underserved areas, and better reflect the diversity of all the UK. We are becoming more connected to and rooted in the lives of communities that make up Britain. We're becoming more visible and accessible to our partners in the industry." Now, I'm acutely conscious from Alistair's excellent paper this morning that there's a lot of rhetoric spun around these things. But without going into the mechanics of the competition that Nathan's outlined, Channel 4 was looking to embed itself in cities, certainly as far as the two hubs were concerned, that already had an established infrastructure and a production base. So that dictated their choices, I think. So they're not going to what they called cold spots. They had to be existing hot spots. And they had to be what Kevin Blakeout has characterised as a sweet spot in terms of maturity of production, but with the scope for development and accelerating that. So they went to cities which had the potential to make a clear and visible difference quite rapidly, and therefore to confirm the value of Relocation. So I think we can try and talk about that impact that they might have on these cities, these lucky few, in terms of 4 dimensions. Location, physical presence, strengthening the cluster, promoting the Bristol brand, commissioning, education and training, with the caveat that I think is fair that the pandemic, not Ofcom at all, the pandemic impeded this progress. I'm sorry to conflate those two, I didn't mean to. I think that's realistically was a major inhibiting factor. You know, Channel 4 arrived and then they suddenly had to lock everything down, and that was very unfortunate. Okay, so I'll take them in turn. I was hoping to build on David and Catherine's paper for this one, but you have to bear with me. So Channel 4 located, in a sense, exactly where you would expect them to locate within Bristol, in a sort of trendy, upcoming, upmarket area. The office in Finzel's Reach, so recently transformed area near Bristol's medieval centre. It's also, tellingly, close to the major railway station. And Blake said it fits the slightly Channel 4 look, feel and values. We think we're a bit quirky, arty, all those sorts of things. So that's kind of embodied in the style and the architecture of that new development. But what's happened, I think, is that this has started to realign Bristol's spatial cluster, shifting the axis away from the original centre in Clifton in northwest Bristol, where the BBC was situated, and in acknowledgement or response, the BBC has moved its natural history unit to Finzel's Reach, brand new building nearby, which opened in July 2022, and of course is much bigger than the Channel 4 building, which is just an office in the first floor with a little 4 on the side of the building. So that's had an impact in that sense. Second then, strengthening the cluster and promoting Bristol's brand, a sort of soft sell, if you like. So all the CEOs I interviewed, irrespective of whether they worked with Channel 4 before, hoped to work with Channel 4, liked Channel 4, consider that the presence of a second national broadcaster increased the breadth and diversity of creative talent in the region, which they felt was good for them, helping to achieve the critical mass that enables a regional cluster to retain high-level personnel as well as attracting new entrants and startups. So one, the head of Bristol Old Vic, so outside the screen industries altogether, said, Bristol's ability to attract Channel 4 has been incredibly encouraging, a real confirmation of the city. So symbolically, Channel 4 has been rapidly incorporated to reinforce and enhance the Bristol brand as prosperous, desirable, yet edgy, a woke city, alternative, innovative, free-thinking. So they kind of mirror each other. And part of the aspirations articulated by its mayor, Marvin Rees, who led the campaign to become a globally significant city, and part of a putative Western Gateway, the answer to the Northern powerhouse. So in this respect, Channel 4 didn't need to do anything but just arrive, just be there. So, a little bit on the Bristol team then. So, Channel 4's significance is not the size of its buildings or the number of people it employs directly, it's its commissioning power. So the Bristol Hub houses commissioners in daytime, factual and popular factual, and drama. Now that last is particularly significant because historically Bristol has lacked indigenous drama companies and is still very, very sore about Casualty moving to Cardiff. Why? Shouldn't have gone. We could do it. Of course, Cardiff became BBC's centre of excellence. So Channel 4 is, I think, helping to expand the range and diversity of Bristol's generic mix, heavily dominated by animation and natural history. However, as it's made clear by both heads of Hub, Channel 4's commissioning model through the hubs is not based on genre, but on the particular strength of the indies who the commissioners choose to work with. There's no predetermined allocation, either financial or target numbers, for either hub, but what Mirzov called an interlacing network that's flexible and fluid. And the indies are chosen for the qualities of their ideas, but also their ethos, a commitment to diversity, complying with the broadcaster's guidelines monitored by the broadcaster's creative diversity team, one of whom is based in Bristol. Now, Mirzov's appointment as a head of Hub was, I think, a strategic embeddedness. He's well known within the Bristol screen community, someone who understands the local ecology, and they're therefore able to work effectively with the City Council and with other agencies. And Relocation, as Nathan touched on, accompanied by the introduction of 2 new funds, the Emerging Indie Fund, designed to fast-track development of small indies, and the Accelerator Fund, specifically targeted at black-owned companies. So, Black Wave. So they're an example of They're one of the very few black-led Bristol companies who have benefited from both funds and who were profiled in Channel 4's initial relocation report for people like us and people like you. So Black Wave obviously fulfilled the commitment to diversity and underrepresented voices and was an embedded Bristol company that documented what Mirzoff considered to be an historic moment, the toppling of the slave owner Edward Colston's statue in June 2020, in which Bristol marked its post-imperial identity as progressive, future-facing city. So, education and training then. Channel 4 partners with Bristol City Council's Film Office and its Bottle Yard studios, so it's unusual that the major studios in Bristol is owned by the council, to help implement within the region the National 4 Skills Initiative, designed to diversify recruitment and address skills shortages. The scheme has a specific focus on entry-level jobs and internships, targeted again at underrepresented groups and communities. And this formed part of a broader outreach programme in which the Bristol Hub helps the Film Office to cohere Bristol's notoriously fragmented creative community and to promote UNESCO's City of Film values. Bristol became a UNESCO City of Film in October 2017. Sure you know these, sustainable growth that places creativity and cultural industries at the heart of local engagement. So it sort of pulls in that global set of values. The most substantial initiative so far has been a new writer scheme launched on the 8th of September, designed to discover and nurture distinctive regional voices to grow scripted drama within the region. So to address that perceived shortage. 12 emerging screenwriters from the Southwest region are being offered masterclasses and mentoring designed to build their knowledge of the industry, writing skills, and networks to develop. To write drama scripts that, quote, must reflect the lived experience of people in the region with a particular focus on diverse perspectives. So not just Bristol, Southwest based, but reflecting the identity and culture of the region. So, I'm going to move on by way of conclusion, rather extended conclusion, to pick up some of the ideas that were running through Nathan's paper, I think, about contradictions or things that are in tension, pulling different ways. So I think that Channel 4 has made a significant impact on Bristol's screen ecology, but there are dissenting voices. Not so much about the speed and scale, but the nature of what's commissioned. This has been touched on several times, I think, so far in the conference. So one CEO thought the climate had changed drastically in the 5 years since the relocation process started, during which time she thought Channel 4 has become more risk-averse and less ambitious. Her phrase was a bit fluffier, a bit more upbeat, less inclined to experiment as it chases the mantra of returning series, which several people have mentioned. There are also questions within the Bristol community about how much autonomy the Bristol Hub has and what's seen the reluctance to take decisions without referring up to Programme Controller or Chief Content Officer Ian Katz. Or, would Ian like it? But on balance, I think, what I've argued is that Channel 4 is a public service media in the process of gradual and long-term transformation, in which its ways of working with companies, cities and regions has begun to change in important ways. However, it faces huge issues, I think, which is what I want now to focus on, the bigger picture, if you like. So as Nathan has mentioned, arguably both Channel 4 and BBC, and maybe ITV as well, face an impossible, contradictory task in being required to sustain and consolidate their role as national broadcasters, but also at the same time to function as decentralised organisations that reflect in their programming and in their locations the UK's regional and cultural diversity. And finally, to operate as successful, commercially successful global players competing in the international market, hence BBC Studios and so on. And also, the dread P word, it's quite clear that instead of trying to help the PSMs face these very difficult and competing demands, the government is relentlessly hostile as well as signally ignorant. And the Conservatives' ideologically driven determination to privatise Channel 4 and make a quick profit by selling it off fundamentally misunderstands its distinctive role within and function within the UK's broadcasting ecology. Despite the rhetoric of levelling up, whatever that now means or ever did mean, what I've described Channel 4 doing, I think actually does embody levelling up. The overwhelming consensus is that any prospective buyer would regard its newly forged regional structure as expensive and unnecessary encumbrance to the gains I've described. And those gains, what I'm arguing is those gains take years to embed themselves, to mature, to grow into something more substantial. So all those things begin to look threatened. So Sinead Rock said, you begin to look at something with a privatised model, at something that's very different structurally, very different in terms of impact on the creative sector, and financially very, very different. What does all of that then look like on screen? So I think that she's posing a question there, which I think is people have touched on so far in the conference, but it's kind of crucial. What programmes? There's a lot of discussion about the structures and so on of Channel 4 and how those would shift. But what would the programmes look like? So I've argued that the PSMs have a cultural and civic as well as economic role. How is that going to be sustained if the company is privatised, and therefore there'd be no, Bristol City Council couldn't influence that company in the way that it influences Channel 4. So I'm speaking to the converted, aren't I? We need to continue to resist privatisation and retain both the progressive practices and the democratic idea. This is what is the key, surely, of public service media. The democratic idea that represents, and Channel 4 with it, and to enable Channel 4 to build on the gains I think it has already achieved through relocation. Thank you.
Thank you both, Andrew and Nathan, for two very interesting and stimulating papers. We now have an hour for questions and discussion, or some more time for coffee afterwards if we want. But we have plenty of time to take everyone's questions. I think there is a microphone somewhere which will go to anyone who would like to ask a question. So do we have any questions to start off with, please? Yes, the lady in the grey cardigan. Other side of you.
I may be starting too complicated a hair here, but something that's occurred to me listening to your two very interesting presentations, which oddly enough relate to the two towns of my pre-adulthood, since I was born in Leeds and grew up in Bristol. Just a sort of incidental aspect of it, but I have a sense of the sort of geography of the two towns and a little bit of how they've changed in the enormous amount of time that passed since I was young. And I mean, what I've been wondering actually is sort of where I came in, first film job in Bristol, and a sense of, couldn't we have a little bit more film activity here? Why do we have to go to London for certain specialised services? But at that time, London and Bristol felt like really different worlds. Bristol was a completely different town. Being not Bristolian, having come from Leeds to Bristol, we felt we stuck out. You know, people kept telling us, you're not Bristolian until you've been here 40 years. I mean, a completely different feeling. And which wasn't just the sort of bourgeoisie, also because, you know, I was active in the junior sections of the Labour Party up in the estates near the aircraft factory. And my first job was in the aircraft factory. You know, again, very distinctive and different. And I'm just wondering, to some extent, whether, I suppose it's a difference between region and class. What I'm wondering slightly as to whether all this activity of pushing more stuff into the regions is actually working with the same circle of people. So many people now living in Bristol moved there from London because it's a wee bit cheaper, you get a slightly bigger house, and you can still do interesting jobs because you've been moving money. So, and perhaps what I'm asking you to wonder about a bit is what we really mean by diversifying or by bringing in new voices. Are we simply spreading out the tertiary educated middle class in this? Or, you know, what about the vast areas of London where people are struggling to get a legal job of any sort, let alone get into the media?
Thank you. Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on something that Andrew mentioned in his presentation, and indeed that Sinead Rock said to me during the interview, that certainly the number of jobs that were involved in Channel 4's relocation to Leeds, that 300 figure that was used quite a lot, was always talked about as being the sort of the tip of the iceberg as a catalyst for many more jobs when it came to the independent production companies that would flourish in the nations and regions. All of that, one would hope that there was a reality to that, but I take the point that there's still the feeling that people working in the media, that it is a closed shop for an awful lot of people, and absolutely there's a class element to it. I think there's a lot of published research to show that very clearly. So I'm hopeful that all of this talk about the nations and regions will make a difference, and that it isn't just the same people, either through a brass plate company, as we heard before, or people in the same social circles. But yeah, I'm just hopeful that it will make a difference. I don't know if you've anything to add to that, Andrew?
Yeah, I am hopeful. I mean, I absolutely take your point. Absolutely. You characterise Bristol very well. And it's a very unequal city still. And of course, Channel 4 didn't relocate, out towards Filton Airport. And it went to that particular kind of upcoming region around the station, Temple Quarter. But to me, the key is what I've described as Channel 4's civic role. So it has to work, or, part of the agreement was the kind of a partnership between Channel 4 and the city. So it's working with the Bottle Yard Studios, which are in Withywood, part of the Hartcliffe, estate. It's once the biggest estate in Europe, I think. And they're working with the film office, and they are deliberately pulling into productions working class and minority groups. So they are trying to create as many jobs as they can, and also to do a lot of educational work with schools and with colleges, to try and say, actually the media isn't entirely closed shop, middle class affair. There are ways into it, and there are careers that can be had within the media, and you don't have to move to London. You can manage your career within Bristol, and you can hope for promotion. So there's various kind of levels of those strategies. So they're trying as well to talk to people who are thinking of their kind of mid-career, thinking of moving to London, and saying, well, no, actually you don't have to, because there are senior roles that you can go to. So I kind of want to acknowledge the justness of your question about class, which relocation can't eradicate or wish away. But I do think there are active elements because of that relocation that can galvanise and make an incremental difference. To go back to the sense of it's not going to happen overnight, but gradually it might fan out into those other areas of Bristol that are kind of on the peripheries at the moment.
Okay, we have another question there.
Thank you for both of those really interesting, fascinating papers. Really following on from what you're saying there, Andrew, what are the criteria? How are we going to monitor whether the aims of DCMS and the kind of manifesto set out by Channel 4 in its rationale for devolution, the reasons that Leeds Council and the people that Nathan's interviewed thought that there would be benefits. How are we going to monitor those to see if they succeed? And is it just going to be economic? Number of companies, increase in the screen sector labour force, the creative economy growing in Leeds and Bristol and Glasgow? Is it going to be reflected on the screen? And is that important? Given what was said, that great quote from David Plowright, I mean, so fascinating that the idea of creativity could be regional, and here we are, not 40 but 70 years after, or not quite 70, 60 years after the start of Coronation Street, and it's still a powerhouse on television, but not World in Action. So will it be reflected on the screen, and is that important? And also, if we do, there does have to be a campaign to defend Channel 4 from privatisation, to protect PSMs, as I'll have to get used to saying instead of PSBs. How much does this feed into that? I'd be really interested in both of your reflections about how the ongoing monitoring of how the channel's performing in both Leeds and in Bristol. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I suppose in a sort of empirical sense, the monitoring is the job of Ofcom, and indeed the data that I pointed to in my presentation shows that the year-on-year change in terms of regional and non-regional, well, there's two counts. There's broadcast hours and there's spend, and they're the two sort of ways in which they interpret that data. And you do see that shift towards the nations and regions over time, but of course that's inevitable. That has to happen. They have to meet the target that they've set out. So at a sort of a base level, that's the way that it's monitored. But as you say, there's a very interesting question there about, is this about economics? Is this about culture? And one would hope that it could be about both. There is that sweet spot with certain type of program that could do both of those things. But I think it, like most sort of DCMS down policy, the emphasis is on the economic and how do you spread out economic benefits from a decision like that. So I think the cultural stuff tends to be on. Is the less important part of the argument from the point of view of government. But yeah, one would hope there could be regional programs that have also something to say about the regions. And of course, Channel 4 has got a fairly good record of that in terms of, sitcoms and dramas, some of them that I pointed to in my presentation. Hatley Bridge, Raised by Wolves, Derry Girls, of course. So I think that does go on, but I think most people would like to see more of it.
I agree. I mean, I think fundamentally it is Ofcom's responsibility. In an ideal world, perhaps Channel 4 should monitor itself, see how it's meeting its own targets. but I forget the name of the panellist. Perhaps Rod could remind me. Last night he was talking about Ofcom not really monitoring at that level, and I think I would advocate Ofcom's role to be more granular than it is, because I think at the moment it's too obsessed with meeting the quotas and so on and so forth, and you can produce those statistics quite quickly. And as Nathan said, the DCMS is the mantra is to satisfy the Treasury, I think. So culture is being squeezed, and of course that's very difficult to measure, and what are the criteria you're going to use for that. And it's interesting as well that I haven't got them with me. I had them in the longer paper that I didn't think I was going to be able to give, of the shift in Ofcom's rhetoric between 2005 and 2019, when they talked about nations and regions. In 2005, they talked a lot about regional stories and regional programming. In 2019, they took much more about diversifying economic growth. So the worry is that Ofcom is sliding into the neoliberal measurement agenda. In terms of Bristol directly, I think some of the companies Channel 4 is working with and commissioning, have a real embeddedness and have a real sense of their Bristolian nature. Black Wave is an obvious example. And they are trying to make stories which capture a changing city, a city acutely conscious of its past at the moment, but also where it might be heading. And those stories take a diversity of forms. They might be documentaries. I think the drama and the drama commissioner and the new writer scheme is quite hopeful, because it is placing a premium on regional stories. So in the end, that will be up there on the screen. And I do get the impression that scheme is all about a cultural shift rather than the number of drama commissions or the number of drama companies. So it's important to kind of keep pressing for that argument. Where's the culture in all this? Where's the?
I guess that I'm very keen that it not just be Steph's packed lunch that comes out of Leeds and be enough.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Of course, I have no objection to regular programming coming from Leeds. That's great, but that's not sufficient representation across devolved production.
Just a quick response to that. I think maybe the enemy is the returning series. If that's always the mantra, if that's always the line, but would this make a returning series? Then we are going to see a real contraction of Channel 4 in a bad way, I think.
Just in addition to that, I would say there's also a division. Of course, we're used to saying the two things right next to each other, the nations and regions. But when you look at the figures, the lion's share of production is still in England. It's still the north and the south of England outside of London. But when you look at the regions, they do historically and even to now, they're doing a lot less well out of this nations and regions proposition.
Okay, there was a question just here.
Could I ask both speakers about news? And I mean here national UK-wide news, the Channel 4 news. There was some talk, I think, after Channel 4 being put under a lot of pressure to spend a lot of money in Leeds and so on, that there would be a small national news outlet presence in West Yorkshire. And I wondered if you'd seen any evidence yet of the national news being affected by the northern presence in West Yorkshire. Channel 4 news, I mean.
I'm afraid to say I don't know what the result of that was. It was certainly announced that way during the For All the UK strategy that there would be a news presence in Leeds at the national HQ, but I'm afraid to say I don't know what has actually happened to that in practice.
Well, you do sometimes see Kathy saying I'm in Leeds, and this is from Leeds. So there has been a shift, I think.
Can I ask a question? It's about the quality of jobs being created, because this was an opportunity to rethink how television production is done, and in particular because it is a live political issue about the effects of precarity and of overwork and stress. And I wonder whether in the bids or in the process at all any attention was paid to that.
There was certainly attention paid to the fact that some of the jobs that would relocate to the new national HQ would be decision-making jobs, executive jobs that would have the potential to make decisions for the nations and regions. But in terms of how that translates once you're talking about the wider impact on the independent sector around those hubs, I'm not aware of any discussion about issues like precarity or the quality of work. I don't know if you've come across anything, Andrew.
A little bit, yeah. I think I had a focus group in Bristol looking at the impact of Channel 4. I know about 12 in that group, 8 of whom were freelancers, and they were quite unhappy about the impact so far. They said it hadn't really reached out into their world particularly, and that Channel 4 was still exclusively routing itself through companies, and if the criteria is the quality of ideas, then that not necessarily looking at the labour force. On the other hand, the head of Hub, Sasha Mirzov, said to me, no, the diversity team does look very carefully at the composition of the company and who's going to make the programme. So they are monitoring that, and they are looking at diversity issues at least. Precarity probably is looser, I guess, and not an established criteria. So I think it's mixed, really, John. I think there is attention being paid to that, but how far that attention to outweighs economic decisions is a moot point, really.
I was just thinking about Salford and the ongoing loss of talent to the BBC in recent years and months. And I just wondered if there was any indication of the same for Channel 4.
So I think I might have missed the thread of the question there.
About Salford and the loss of talent from the BBC. Is there any indication that the same thing is happening at Channel 4?
Oh, because people wouldn't make the move to Yorkshire,
Yeah.
to North West, to Manchester. Well, I think Channel 4 was pretty shrewd, really, in terms of where it went. I don't get the indication that there was a massive loss of talent. Sinead Rocks put it to me. She said, well, people who couldn't move out of London for family reasons, they were well entrenched. Their partners had jobs in London. They had people children in schools they didn't want to uproot. She said that they didn't move. But the fact of going to Leeds or Glasgow or Bristol was not a particular factor that influenced their decision. That was her take on it. So if you were really embedded as a family unit in London, you're probably reluctant to go. But if you weren't, then those jobs would be quite attractive.
Are we seeing with the hubs and the Leeds HQ a significant amount of weekly commuting? Are we seeing a lot of shuttling, or is it the case that the people who work there, and particularly interested to know about the people in more senior positions, have they truly either moved or have they recruited locally? How embedded are those teams in their local areas?
I don't know is the short answer, but I suspect that the answer to that question is also been hugely impacted by the timing of the whole thing and the fact that it was at the start of the pandemic, and a lot of people very readily got used to working remotely, working from home. So I suspect there's an awful lot of that goes on as well. I'm trying to think what the commuter time from Leeds to London will be. It's about less than 2 hours, certainly. I mean, it's 2 hours to York. So yeah, it would be a long journey to do twice a day, but yeah.
You could do it weekly, or if you were in a senior enough job, you could have a second.
Yeah,
you could have a flat.
Quite possibly, but I don't know. I don't know the reality.
So there's a question to what extent these hubs are being operated via Zoom from London.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean that's a very difficult question to penetrate, really. I mean, people are not going to particularly say that. I did drop the hint that Channel 4 was pretty close to the main station in Bristol, so there is, I think, a clear element of shuffling going on, and that's, I think, inevitable. But also, I did make the point that Sasha Mirzov, as head of Hub, is a Bristol figure. He's someone who's made his career in Bristol over the last 25 years. So he's there. He's not shuffling around, and the meetings he has with Sinead Rocks and maybe Ian Katz, maybe they're on Zoom, but that doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some big team meetings going on Zoom, which is maybe better than Rod and his group getting into one plane, and you'd be on Zoom these days, wouldn't you?
Rather than going to Scotland.
Yeah. So I don't see anything particularly damaging on that, but I think, yes, you're right. There is a bit of shuffling around the train tracks. Yes.
Yeah, and it's probably worth adding to that also that the national HQ, the building that they chose, is literally across the road from the train station. It's the majestic former majestic cinema building. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Leeds, but when you come out of the concourse from the station, you can see it as soon as you're out of the train building. So yeah.
Perhaps Channel 4 could be headquartered on a train.
Yeah, well,
one of those great agitprop trains from the Soviet cinema. Are they?
Right. So, a question at the front here.
Congratulate both Andrew and Nathan on their presentations. Really interesting. There is an old BBC story of a commissioning editor and an independent who both travelled up on the train to have a meeting in Manchester to discuss the commission. I wondered whether, I think it's fascinating how you've established that this is working, and there's a good impetus behind it, and it's having an impact on the communities. What's your sense of the buy-in from the people who are still in Horseferry Road, in the sense that this was not their idea, this was the government's idea, it was part of a fairly dirty deal, at the end of which privatisation was put off. Clearly the current chief executive is much more enthusiastic than the previous one about the whole idea, and it's really, I think, quite inspiring to see how it is now beginning to work and cut through in the cultural sectors in these cities. But what's your sense of, is it changing sensibilities in London, or is it still being regarded as something that they were sort of kind of made to do, or have they embraced it as fully as clearly the people increasingly in the hubs and in the Leeds headquarters do?
I think the sense that they were made to do it was certainly the initial reaction, and indeed you saw stories in the sort of national media about the immediate reaction was, some senior people, usually not named, saying, "Oh, well, it won't be me that's leaving London," and but I think it's not. It's entirely related, the fact that Alex Mann took that job at the time all this was going on and David Abrams left, because she couldn't have taken that job with any other view than the nations and regions strategy was a good idea. It had to be the basis on which she was employed and rolled everything out. So
I think that sort of top-down positivity and upbeatness around the decision having already been effectively made was there from the start, would be my view on it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Alex Mann, who knows what she really thinks, but she came in and spearheaded it and embraced it and distanced herself from her predecessor. Sinead Rocks is based in Leeds. She's not based in London. So there is a sense, which Alistair brought out in his paper, that Channel 4 has always had a regional presence. You know, Stuart Cosgrove in Glasgow, and I think it's this shift between well, we're working with companies to we're working with cities. That's what I was trying to describe in the paper, and I do think there has been an executive buy-in to that. I do think the executive believes that the hubs are working with their respective regions, and they encourage that and they support that. The counter argument that I've met several times in Bristol is, well, where's the autonomy? You know, do you, Sasha Mirzov, have the ability to say yes without referring it to Ian Katz? And the answer sometimes they think is no, he doesn't. So, and if we look at the broader history of the BBC in particular, that was always the sticking point. That was always the complaint from the outlying regions. Well, you say we've got this fantastic idea, but you need to say we can do it before we can do it. You won't give us a portion of the license fee. You won't give us that kind of autonomy and control that we can really develop in ways that we think are regionally distinctive and specific to us. So I think there's still the question about how far Channel 4 is prepared to let Bristol become really Bristolian and Leeds to become very, whatever the adjective is, and then how far Glasgow can be really Scottish and Glaswegian. I think that's still, I'm hopeful that it would change over time. That's why I think privatisation, if it rolled back everything to London, would be so bad, because you know, the buy-in you've described, I think takes time. It takes time to convince the top executives that this really is working and going to generate what they all think is probably true, that if you have a range and plurality of voices, you do start to produce programmes that will succeed with audiences. I think they do genuinely believe that.
Okay. One more very brief question, and then I think we've...
So just following that up, I mean, I think the last time that commissioning power existed in Scotland was with the BBC back in the 1980s. Johnny talked about Channel 4's drama in the 1980s. The BBC with Bill Bryden. Bill Bryden, as a commissioning editor of drama, had the clout that he just said, I'm going to do Tutti Frutti. I'm going to do the play on one. And really, those programmes were super successful and absolutely represented a Scottish cultural voice, but spoke to communities across the UK and further afield. So it has to do with the battles in those executive rooms, you know, people with commissioning power who will get their own way, and Bryden did that, which is, it'll be interesting to see if Joe Street, if Sasha Mirzov, if the people in those developed places can have the same impetus.
Okay, I'd like to just conclude, because this is a conference about Channel 4, by asking you both to do something risky, just make a sort of prediction. There's a kind of cliffhanger at the end of both of your papers and the whole conference around privatisation. You both alluded to the idea that there's almost a race against time for the hubs and the Leeds HQ to embed fully before whatever happens next. Do you think that it's possible to envisage a privatised Channel 4 retaining those hubs and that HQ, or do you think it's inevitable that under those circumstances you see a withdrawal to London?
I might have to invite you to go first,
All
Andrew,
right.
so I can think about this
Go
a
on then,
little
Andrew.
longer.
I think it would be extremely unlikely that any prospective buyer would say, oh, how interesting that they've got someone in Bristol and Glasgow and something in Leeds. How interesting that is, and we can, no, they'd reel it back.
Okay.
They'd probably wait a couple of years, and then they'd say to the DCMS or whoever, they'd say, well, you asked us to do this and we tried to do it, but look, we're hemorrhaging money, we can't, it's terrible. But the way that we can become profitable realistically, and you can allow us to release our entrepreneurial energies, Ms. Trust, is to, centralise back into London. And actually, we've still got Horseferry Road. How convenient.
Could I just point out that it could be a withdrawal to Leeds, close the expensive building in London? I mean, that could make financial sense.
Well, Nathan, is that an option? We see a withdrawal to Leeds.
Well, I think the sort of question in the background is one about what the sale of Channel 4 to the private sector. So what is the value proposition that some entity from a big corporation from the private sector is going to see in buying Channel 4 in the first place? So it's not you're not buying a library or a catalogue of anything, because it's largely not owned by Channel 4 anyway. It's sort of dispersed amongst many independent companies or those super indies that have made programs for Channel 4. So that's not what you're buying. What you are buying is a very strong, well-known brand, and that has a value, but it probably has a value to the extent that you continue to do to make programs which enhance and sit alongside that brand. And if you're not going to do that either, which you can't imagine somebody from the private sector doing, or a large corporation doing, because given the history of sort of risk-taking unusual programs, that doesn't seem likely either. So it's a slightly weird thing for to buy if your mentality is the free market and the private sector. So that's probably the first thing that I would say. So I broadly agree with Andrew. It'd be hard to see a situation in which the type of programming really continues beyond those sort of bankable, returnable hits that we know that Channel 4 are very good at doing, and they're very often these formatted shows anyway that have the international appeal, that have the additional revenue from format sales. So you can see some of that continuing, but I think my feeling is that's what Channel 4 will do in the future if it is privatised, that kind of show. And I think there isn't a particular reason to do that from the nations and regions. So, yeah, I could see it being rolled back also.
Okay. Thank you both very much for your papers and for the extra long Q&A. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen and everybody else, this is the final session of our conference, and I'm very glad to welcome Richard Tate, who is going to speak about Channel 4 News, of which he was the editor between 1987 and 1995, and he did such a good job that ITN then promoted him to run the whole show. He then became joined the board of the BBC, I think, and another of kind of these smaller broadcasting organisation. Is now professor of journalism at Cardiff University. So Richard is a real professional. I'm very glad to end this conference with a proper discussion of both Channel 4 News and privatisation. This is going to be some wonderful session. So, Richard, this is up to you.
Thank you very much, John. And as this is the last session, I think we should give John a round of applause for organising the conference, because I think it's been a terrific conference. With a really wide range of topics and speakers, and very thought-provoking, and I've been involved in lots of discussions after sessions, and I hope some of these discussions go on further. I'm going to talk today about Channel 4 News and privatisation. Earlier this week, the Culture Secretary, Michelle said that she was re-evaluating, Michelle Donnellan said she was re-evaluating the business case for privatisation. So I think we can see from that privatisation is very much in the air, so it's very appropriate to be talking about it this weekend. Channel 4 News has the case for saying that it was Channel 4's most important programme. John, in his keynote, talked about the need for difference, the need for programmes to be other. And I think Channel 4 News has achieved that. I would argue that in the past, if you look at the tortuous history of the battles for Channel 4 to retain its independence as a public service broadcaster, to retain its public ownership structure, Channel 4 News has played quite an important role. The quality of Channel 4 News, the reality that Channel 4 News could not probably survive a fully commercialised, privatised Channel 4 structure, has been in the past an obstacle to those who want to achieve privatisation. Unfortunately, in the current political climate, I'm afraid I would argue that Channel 4 News' demise might even be an incentive for some politicians to push on with privatisation. So let's start with Channel 4 News then and now. Channel 4 News, I say, is different. This is what happened at Channel 4 News between 1989 and 2020. And the answer is, in many ways, not very much. Channel 4 News has always been produced by ITN, my old company. And ITN was not a new independent. It was not one of the many program-making companies that was spawned by the development of Channel 4. It was actually part of ITV. And many people who founded Channel 4 thought ITV represented exactly what they did not want television to be. So it was quite a big move by Channel 4 initially to contract ITN. So ITN's always made it. And these two handsome figures in the middle, David Lloyd and Dorothy Byrne, the whole of that period, over 30 years, were the only two commissioning editors. So again, I was just talking to John before we started this session. When Channel 4 started, there was a theory that commissioning editors should be rotated really quite often, maybe every 2 or 3 or 4 years, to bring fresh ideas and fresh insights. But these two ran it between them for 30 years. And whereas in most parts of the TV industry, presenters come and presenters go, as you know, for the whole of that period and until last year, it's had one presenter, the brilliant Jon Snow. So in a curious way, Channel 4 News is not a very typical Channel 4 programme. And yet, it has become very closely identified with the brand of the channel. Why is that? Well, because it was different, and it is different. It was set up to do news in a different way. At the very beginning, it had a rather disastrous launch because Channel 4, to my mind, were rather too prescriptive in who should do what and how the program should be made. And for a few months, it was really spectacularly unsuccessful. And then they backed off a bit, and they allowed Stuart Purvis, the first successful editor of Channel 4 News, to take over. And he produced a program which is not unlike the program we have now, though much has changed and much has developed. The key thing about the program was it took a different approach to news. It made interviews an important part of the program. And you put interviews into programs, into a news program, you also introduce the possibility of challenge. You're not just having a narrative news, you're actually asking people and sometimes challenging people about why they've done things or why they believe things. Secondly, it was always going to be an analytical program. Most news programs are mainly narrative, they tell you what's happened. Why it happened is usually left to a second package, in some occasions from a specialist correspondent. But in the main, Channel 4 News is a program that starts with the premise that you need to understand why as well as what. And it had from the beginning an unashamedly broadsheet agenda. There was a stage when that was defined rather in, you don't do this, you don't do crime, you don't do royals, you don't do sport. And after a while, we managed to persuade them that actually crime and sport and the royal family are all subjects of public interest, but you have to do them in a certain sort of way. But the agenda was and remains very broadsheet. And the extensive foreign and political coverage, I've just shown the two editors who were there when I started. Trevor MacDonald was the international editor, the diplomatic editor, and Eleanor Goodman, the great Eleanor Goodman, was political editor. That extensive foreign and political coverage bought Channel 4 News and bought Channel 4, actually, a kudos and a reputation among people whom it wouldn't ordinarily have reached very often, because the nature of Channel 4 was to do things differently, but also to reach new and different audiences. If there was one program that hit what you might call the establishment, it was Channel 4 News. And we had some really quite unexpected endorsements at the beginning. This is, for those who don't recognize him, Dennis Thatcher, who famously was to the right of his wife in his political views. And there was a conference party at one of the seaside resorts which the political parties used to go to for their annual conferences, where Dennis was sounding off about how the broadcast media were completely taken over by leftists, and it was dreadful. And as he looked round the room, he saw the Channel 4 News political team, and he said to them with a smile, "Now you are communists, but you're very good." So, in a curious way, that view that people accepted that the program was radical, that it took different approaches, it was neutralized by the fact that a lot of people, including quite unlikely people, people on the right as well as on the left, people who were interested in politics, people who weren't, people recognized that the program's intentions, its analytical intention, its desire to treat news seriously, meant it was worthy of respect, even if you didn't always agree with it. I'm going to play a couple of quite long extracts from news programs. I think if you don't mind seeing a bit of news, just to show a couple of stories which I think epitomize two things about Channel 4. The first is investigative journalism, doing stories that other people didn't want to do. And the second is actually standing up for your journalism when it's under fire. Because if you do investigative journalism, you expect to get flack. And in the modern world, you get more and more flack. This first story is a 1992 story. It's Ian Williams's report on the Bosnian camps. And it was a story which famously became one of the first examples of debates about fake news, because the Serbs and their supporters falsely accused us of misrepresenting what was going on in these camps. They say that these are benign refugee centers
We didn't think that was the case. I'll let you see the film and you can make up your own mind what was actually going on.
These are the Muslim prisoners of Umarska. In small groups, under heavy Serbian guard, they are ushered into the canteen for their single meal of the day. Most have been here for 2 months. They say they don't know why, that they were rounded up from their homes. They were too frightened to talk about the way they have been treated and the conditions in which they have been kept. Conditions which have been hidden from the world, as the Serbs have denied access here to the United Nations and to the International Red Cross. Their prison is an old mining complex outside Banja Luka in northern Bosnia. In an office above the canteen, the camp commandant and a spokeswoman for the local Serbian authorities said they had 2,500 of what they called internees, who were being interrogated as possible Muslim fighters.
No, this is not the camp, this is the center, the transit center. Omarska and Ternopoli, both the centers, not camps.
The prisoners were being brought to the canteen from a large industrial building in the center of the mining complex. It too was under heavy guard, and we asked to be allowed to look inside. But in spite of promises of openness from the Serb-Bosnian leader, Dr. Karadzic, we were told we could see no more. Why are you not fulfilling Dr. Karadzic's promise to us?
He promised us something else and said, you can do this and that and not that.
Our armed escort made it clear our visit was over. We are now being asked to leave this camp having seen nothing more than the canteen. We have been told that Dr. Karadzic's promise, while good to us, does not carry any weight here. As we were moved on, soldiers told us the army did not control the camp, which they said was run by the local authorities and militia. We had asked to be taken to a second camp at Ternopoli in the same area, to which several hundred prisoners from Umarska had that day been transferred, and which has also been at the center of allegations of atrocities. Conditions at this camp were appalling. In 100-degree heat, hundreds of men were forced to eat and sleep outside in a field, behind barbed wire. Their meager rations consist of a small hunk of bread and a bowl of soup every day. Here too, they said they had been rounded up, whole villages emptied of their men, and they were afraid. Can you tell me anything about the conditions in which you are being kept here, or is it difficult?
I'm not sure that I'm allowed about that. You know, can you understand me?
Have people here been beaten?
Here? No. Here, no. Here.
But in other places?
I rather wouldn't talk about that. I'm not sure.
Can you tell us anything about the conditions that you were being kept in and the treatment of the people you were with?
Well, that was a hard time, what I could say.
We heard stories of people being beaten and people disappearing. Did that happen?
Well, I can't say much about that.
We just came here.
From another camp?
From another camp, and we didn't know what's the condition here. We accept a little bit more better.
What was
like a breather.
What was it like before?
It was terrible.
One of the prisoners asked us to check on him in several days' time to see that he hadn't been punished for speaking to us. And away from the camera, there were allegations of routine beatings and executions. Several prisoners told us of retaliatory killings. one instance in which they claimed 150 of their fellow prisoners had been killed following the death of 10 Serbian soldiers in a Muslim village. We were told people had been beaten to death, and we were asked to smuggle a film out of the camp. The pictures show severe injuries, apparently as a result of beatings. In the makeshift medical centre, there were cases of scabies, malnutrition and diarrhoea. Local doctors said they were chronically short of medicine and drugs. Among them was a Muslim doctor. We asked him whether there had been any cases of beatings.
Many?
On one side of the camp were refugees who were here simply because they have nowhere else to go, their homes having been destroyed. They have been told they can go as soon as they have a guarantee of a home outside Serb-controlled Bosnia. In Banja Luka, prisoners' wives have been queuing for days for news of their men and to register as refugees because they too have nowhere to go. On the roads to Banja Luka, Muslim villages lie empty and deserted, homes destroyed. If there is, eventually, freedom for the men in the detention centres, it's unlikely to be in Serb-controlled Bosnia. Ian Williams, ITN, Northern Bosnia.
Now, the point about that story is that as well as revealing terrible inhumanity, the reporter also was trying to be transparent with the viewer as to the circumstances under which they were working. I think sometimes news programs conceal the deals and the restrictions, and I think it was really important that he explained what he could see and what he couldn't see. And that's a 6-minute package. There were shorter pieces run on other bulletins around the world, but I think if you have that amount of space, you can do a story in greater depth, with more granularity. You can be fairer because you can see all sides of the story. Now, that was a story that caused an international furore. It also resulted in a huge row because the Serbs said we'd fake the footage. And one of the problems you have if you do this sort of journalism, investigative journalism, is you get a lot of flack. And Channel 4 News established themselves as a news program that wanted to do investigative journalism and take on the chin whatever the consequences are in terms of people claiming you're producing, as Trump would say, fake news. I'll bring you up to date with a more recent piece of investigative journalism. I'm not going to run all of it because it was 19 minutes long, but it was a very, very good piece. Again, it was a story that a lot of people didn't want to have told. It was a story that resulted in Channel 4 News being criticized and told that they were producing fake news. It's Andy Davis's investigation into the role of Cambridge Analytica in elections around the world. I'm just going to run a couple of minutes of it to give you a flavour of it.
In the battle for power, democracy has a new front line. Elections around the world are being fought less and less on doorsteps and hustings.
Never shall we lose our faith and courage, and never shall we fail in exertion and resolve.
And more on screens and social media. It's an online information war where often unseen hands harvest your personal data, tapping into your hopes and fears for the greatest political yield. And one British company is at the very heart of it. They've worked under the radar in elections in Nigeria, Kenya, the Czech Republic, India and Argentina. But they are best known for their work in America.
There can be no prosperity without law and order.
That company is Cambridge Analytica.
Is that immediately recording them? Yeah, correct.
After a 4-month undercover investigation, tonight a glimpse into how they really operate.
Yes, does look like
Prepared, it seems, to ruin their clients' opponents through handouts and honey traps.
Send some girls around to Candy's house.
Through sex, secrets and spies.
I know people who used to work for MI5, MI6.
Old-style tactics wedded to the new.
We just put information into the bloodstream, to the internet, and then watch it grow.
Whether the true backdrop or just bravado.
You take care, my friend.
This is Cambridge Analytica Uncovered.
Great pleasure.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Huh?
Till next time.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Good example, recent example, higher production values, as you can see. Production values you wouldn't have seen in a news program 30 or 40 years ago. But a piece of investigation, an investigation which no other broadcast news channel devoted anything like the amount of time as Channel 4 News did to the Cambridge Analytica story and to the question of how general elections, the Brexit referendum may have been influenced by the use of social media and the techniques used by Cambridge Analytica. So I think those two examples show that then and now, Channel 4 News has been committed to a rather different sort of journalism from most other news programs. And that's also the conclusion of my colleague Stephen Cushion at Cardiff, who's recently done some content analysis for Ofcom on comparing Channel 4 News' output with the other bulletins. They found that 93.5% of output was what you would define as hard news. And that's a higher proportion than the News at 10 on BBC One or the News at 10 on ITV, which are both in about the 80% mark. In 6 out of 10 items about government policy, the government was being challenged. Question was being asked, rather than just saying the government has said this, there was a question challenging why the government had done it, challenging the basis of which the government had done it. And the qualitative analysis suggested that Channel 4's questioning was the most robust and explicit. So in other words, whereas somebody else would say, would you like to say anything more about this, or does this mean X or Y and Z, the Channel 4 News reporter would more likely say, but there's an alternative view of this, or your critics say that this is wrong. So I think Channel 4 News has kept faith with its original remit over the 40 years that we've been operating. But it's a very vulnerable program. We talked in the last session about the vulnerability of Channel 4's move to Leeds and setting up regional hubs. Channel 4 News, in my view, is even more vulnerable. It's expensive. Good journalism costly. £25 million or so a year for a single program going out 7 nights a week. Its ratings, 600,000-700,000 people watch each night, which I think are a pretty respectable number, but they are low for a prime time slot, 7 o'clock. And that means the opportunity costs are very high. Opportunity cost simply means you could make more money if you were running a soap opera in that slot. You could make more money if you're running a comedy in that slot. And therefore, it does, in that sense, lose Channel 4 money. And is therefore, I would say, the first target for a post-privatisation owner. They would look at the bottom line and they'd say, well, if we move the news, we can make more money out of something else in the schedule. And if we move the news out of its hour-long slot, do we actually need to spend £25 million a year on it? So I think Channel 4 News has always been one of the primary targets in a potential privatisation. And that's why, as I'm now going to show, I hope, it's been the battleground when the arguments for and against privatisation have raged, as they have over the last 30 years between successive Conservative governments and Channel 4, and the wider community of people who support Channel 4 and would like to see it continue as it is at present. And that brings me to one false move and the puppy gets it. We're at the BFI, and therefore I hope some of you have seen terrible old B-movies where the villain who's cornered, brandishing a pistol, threatens to dispatch his hostage, whether a canine hostage or a human hostage, if he's not released or allowed to get a getaway car and leave. And one false move and the puppy gets it is a slightly disrespectful term in the TV industry for the technique which broadcasters have used quite successfully over the years to try and stave off unpleasant government interventions. And how it works is this. The broadcaster identifies the services and the programs most valued by the regulator and the politicians. And they then say, well, if you want to change X or Y, you want to change our license, or in the case of Channel 4, you want to change our status, these are the services that will suffer. You won't like it, as the politicians, your constituents won't like it, and therefore maybe you should think again about whether that's really what you want to do. I'm going to talk about Channel 4 News in a second, but let me just give you a couple of examples of how it actually has worked in practice over the last few years. Case study 1, ITV Regional News. That's the great late Mike Neville doing North East Tonight. 2004, ITV announced they could no longer afford to run regional news bulletins. They were too expensive. They were running 13, 14, 15 different bulletins in different parts of the country, and they only had one advertising slot to pay for it. So they tried to persuade the regulator and the government that it was too expensive to run regional news. And therefore there was a negotiation and a deal. And the deal was that ITV was allowed to cut its other regional programming hours. Its annual license payments to the Treasury were slashed by 135 million. And in return for that, ITV said they would expect to continue to run regional news until 2015. Second example of one false move and the puppy gets it, BBC licence fee negotiations in 2015. The government wanted the BBC to pick up the whole cost of licence fees for over 75s. This would have been a crippling blow. And the BBC said, fine, you can do it, but we'll close BBC 2, we'll close BBC 4, we'll close regional news bulletins, and we'll shut down local radio. And after a long and rather bad-tempered negotiation, the government blinked. Sorry, I've gone back one. The government blinked, and Tony Hall, the rather worried man on the left, and George Osborne did a deal which meant that free licenses for over 75s were phased, and the BBC had the right, subsequently, to say who they would extend that right to. And that's what the big row was a couple of years ago, when the BBC turned around and said, well, we can't give everybody who's over 75 a free television license. You then needed to get a TV license for the iPlayer. And finally, pardon me, the government said that they anticipated indexing the license fee to at least 2024 and probably to the end of the charter. So it's worked in the past with other broadcasters. How's it gone for Channel 4? Well, Channel 4 identified very early on in the privatisation wars that Channel 4 News was one of their trump cards. As one director of Channel 4 said to me, one false move and the nice man in the stripy tie will be no more. So Channel 4 News became a key factor in the abandonment of previous attempts. It was used as an example of something valued that would be lost if Channel 4 was privatised. This is Michael Grade in 1996, when the government was talking to privatise Channel 4. He went and talked to Michael Jay, who was then the Financial Secretary of the Treasury, and he said, the easiest way for privatised Channel 4 to boost profits by 12 million a year would be to remove Channel 4 News and replace it with American films. Is that what you want? Of course, the answer was it was not what they wanted. And the combination of those threats and the fact that Michael Bishop, the chair of Channel 4, was a strong Conservative supporter, but also a strong supporter of Channel 4 remaining in public hands, meant the threat went away. Fast forward to 2015, which was the last threat of privatisation before this one, and we find the same arguments. This is Terry Burns, then the Channel 4 chair. I struggle to see any alternative ownership that would be able to put on an hour-long news programme at that point of the day and of the quality it is. And he was backed up by David Abrahams, Channel 4 Chief Executive Officer, who said, a new owner would see what you could do to cut the news hour down or shunt it out of that slot. So again, the battle over privatisation was about the quality of the output, and Channel 4 News was seen as a very good exemplar of how that quality would suffer. And in 2016, the government blinked. Just before the Brexit referendum, George Osborne and David Cameron told John Whittingdale, who was then the Culture Secretary, to pause the privatisation plans. After Brexit, they all lost their jobs, and a negotiation then took place between the government and Channel 4, which resulted in this deal. There would be no privatisation. As we've seen in the excellent presentations just before this one, there was a move to a new headquarters outside London, which turned out to be Leeds, plus some regional hubs for commissioning programmes. And the BBC promised there'll be no other major changes till 2024. So we all thought at that point the threat of privatisation had gone away for a bit. But that promise of no other major changes till 2024 didn't last or survive Boris Johnson's premiership. Because in January of this year, if you remember, he launched what was called Operation Red Meat, otherwise known as Operation Save Big Dog, where a whole range of popular policies were being floated to shore up his support among his backbenchers. And broadcasting was one of the central pillars of this operation. There were attacks on the BBC, who had their licence fee frozen and told that it would be abolished in the next charter, and we were told that privatisation of Channel 4 was back on the agenda. Now, what was going on? Well, what we think is going on is this. This is Julian Knight, the chairman of the DCMS committee, saying this is payback time. Is this being done for revenge for Channel 4's biased coverage of the likes of Brexit and personal attacks on the PM? Undoubtedly, across much of the party, there's a feeling of payback time. So we've suddenly moved into a different world where Channel 4 News has always been one of the shields protecting Channel 4 from privatisation. Now, getting rid of Channel 4 News appears to be a major incentive for those who are now backing privatisation. And I think the background to this is both about Channel 4's coverage, its analytical coverage, its challenging coverage of public events at a time of great political polarisation, which we've seen since basically the Brexit referendum, the 2019 election, the politics of the last couple of years. But also a series of incidents involving Conservative politicians where Channel 4 has found itself in conflict with Boris Johnson and his party. This is what happened at a Vote Leave rally on Channel 4 News on the 15th of April 2016.
Some chap from the media is trying to do his piece to camera. I think, shut up. Can we tell Crick to, can someone go and interrupt Crick at the back of that? Tell Crick. You can do your piece to camera when I finish.
A committed crowd in terms of they're going to vote to leave the European Union. But one of the interesting little incidents we caught, excuse me, I'm live on television.
Guys, yeah, well,
okay,
keep quiet.
All right.
The guy's trying to talk.
Okay.
And you're interrupting.
I'm just trying to explain what's going on here.
Well,
right?
yeah, so is he.
Okay. The earlier, the excuse me. I was just trying to explain. Okay.
Are you all right there, Michael? I think maybe we'll leave you there for now.
Fine.
Yeah. Oh, we'll carry on then, if you're okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to explain earlier. There was a man in the crowd who tried to unfurl a Union Jack. The press officer from Vote Leave went up to him and asked him not to unfurl the Union Jack. He was pretty unhappy about it. We asked the press officer why he was doing this. He said, oh, well, no, we're not telling him not to unfurl the Union Jack. We just don't want him to block anybody's view. But I do think it shows some of the sensitivities in this campaign.
At one level, this is quite a trivial incident. But at another level, it's not a good look for politicians to encourage people to go and interrupt a live broadcast. And I think that's part of a pattern of behaviour that we've seen over the last few years at political rallies and elsewhere. We've seen it obviously in America, where Trump has now weaponized that to the extent that it's often quite dangerous for reporters to report live on his rallies. Were it on the only incident, I don't think I would worry about it too much, but it was one of a pattern of conflicts between Johnson and Channel 4, where Channel 4 sometimes maybe didn't do itself any favours. This is Dorothy Byrne, the formidable Dorothy Byrne, who's head of Channel 4's News and Current Affairs Commissioning at the Edinburgh TV Festival. Here's what we all need to decide. What do we do when a known liar becomes our Prime Minister? And then in the election, there was the infamous ice sculpture, where Channel 4 invited all the party leaders to take part in a debate on the environment. Farage and Johnson refused to come, and so Boris Johnson was replaced by a melting ice sculpture. And that provoked a further silly incident, I would say, outside the ITN reception that night, where Michael Gove arrived with a camera crew and Boris Johnson's father to say he'd take part in the debate because Boris Johnson wasn't going to do it. Now, the point about these events is they're all quite trivial. They are the sorts of things that happen between broadcasters and politicians. But unfortunately, in the current political climate, I think they've achieved a momentum and a significance which they shouldn't have. Because the real arbiter of whether Channel 4's news is fair or not is not the political parties, it's Ofcom, which is the regulator, which has the statutory obligation to look at broadcasting and decide whether it's fair and impartial. And when Ofcom looked at the ice sculptures, they said there's nothing wrong with them. The Conservative view on climate and environmental issues was adequately reflected and given due weight. The globe ice sculpture was not a representation of the Prime Minister personally, and little editorial focus was done to it. So you've got a situation where the regulator said there isn't a problem between Channel 4 and the Conservatives, and the Conservatives think there is a big problem. And that's why, when the DCMS issued their consultation on privatising Channel 4, they're incredibly kind about virtually all of Channel 4's output. We love the documentaries. We love the comedy. We love the use of independent producers. It's full of rather fulsome praise of what Channel 4 does, quite rightly. Channel 4 is a fine network. This is what it said about news. The government is currently of the view that Channel 4's existing obligations relating to a high provision of news and current affairs content should be broadly retained in any potential reform. That is all they say about news. They don't say a word saying that the news is rather good. Nothing they say about the news's achievements over the years. And the notion that this has got not much to do with broadcasting policy was underlined by this contribution from Nadine Dorris at the DCMS committee when she was asked about the privatisation of Channel 4.
I think it's right that a public service broadcaster in the rapidly changing digital environment that we're in at the moment, I think the future and the longevity of that broadcaster should be brought into question and should be, particularly when it's a receipt of taxpayers' money, it is our responsibility to evaluate whether taxpayers are receiving value for money and whether that model is sustainable in the future. I think it's absolutely right and proper that we should do so. And that is the process we're going through. So I would argue that to say that just because Channel 4 has been established as a public service broadcaster and just because it's in receipt of public money, we should never kind of audit the future of Channel 4 and we should never evaluate how Channel 4 looks in the future and whether or not it's a sustainable and viable model. It's quite right that the government should do that.
But Channel 4 is not like the BBC. It's not in receipt of licence fee money. It makes its money from commercial operations.
And so, although it's, and that
I mean, there are a range of views. Obviously, Channel 4 has taken a particular position on the future.
So can I just say that the discussions about what we do with Channel 4 and how we evaluate Channel 4 also happened before I arrived in my post.
So I love, incidentally, the way Sarah Healy, the Permanent Secretary at the Department of Culture, just steps in smoothly and doesn't give any impression that the Secretary of State has just made the most embarrassing mistake. So where are we? I think the potential impact of privatisation on Channel 4 News is terminal. I don't see a private owner, unless there are quite serious interventions, which we'll talk about briefly in a moment. I can't see a privatised owner wanting to run an hour of news that costs that amount of money at 7 o'clock in the evening. Are there ways to protect its contribution to public service broadcasting? When you look at the licence for Channel 4, what's shocking is it doesn't say anything that defines the programme that we all know. It says the news should be of high quality. Well, what does that mean? And there should be 208 hours a year in peak. That is all it says. There's nothing on the schedule. There's nothing that says it should be at 7. There's nothing on the duration. Nothing that says it should be 45, 50 minutes long. There's nothing on its resources. Nothing to say what bureaus it should have, whether it should have specialist correspondents. There's nothing on budgets. So the license itself would allow somebody to run a very cheap and cheerful program, so long it was of high quality, and it was 208 hours in peak. You could run a chat show type format, something like GB News with lots of interviews, and have a headline news service, and you could argue that was a high quality news program. There are only two ways you can protect Channel 4, Channel 4 News, apart from not privatising Channel 4. One is regulation. This is what Michael Grade said, who was, in the old days, you remember, an opponent of privatisation, has now changed his mind and thinks Channel 4 should be privatised. He argues Channel 4 News is a big piece of what makes Channel 4 different. These things are controlled by licenses. You're licensed to broadcast. We have a very strict regulator. He's arguing that the regulator should be able to keep the promises that the new owner makes to keep Channel 4 News as a good programme. And he is now the chair of Ofcom. So interestingly, he will be the person who will have to police any deal if Channel 4 is privatised. But I'm afraid, although he's right in theory, in practice, the record of the regulator in British broadcasting on news is pretty dire. Look at the fiasco over News at 10, which for 10 years moved around the network after Ofcom, the ITC and Ofcom allowed it to be shifted from its slot. Look at the decline in ITV regional news, where the BBC now outspends ITV and has bigger audiences. After, in the 1990s, ITV halved its network news spend in a few years after they won their licenses. They halved what they spent on network news. And if ITV News in the regions and ITV National News is now in quite a strong position, I think ITN is doing a good job. I think ITV Regional News are doing a good job. And they're still very competitive with the BBC and Sky. That is because the management changed their mind about the importance of news. It had nothing to do with the regulator. The regulator was quite happy to see the decline, not happy, but was prepared to see the decline take place. It's when the management of ITV changed with the arrival of Michael Grade and then the next reign of management that news became a higher priority and they started putting investment into news. It had nothing to do with the regulator. There's one other solution which is quite popular currently, which is the concept of ring fencing. And that unites both pro and anti-privatisation people. Deborah Turness, who is now heads BBC News, was the chief executive of ITN until last week, and she argues for ring fencing. David Elstein, who used to run Channel 5 and Sky, who's a very long-standing advocate of privatisation, he believes in ring fencing as well. What ring fencing means is you agree with the new owner the budget for Channel 4 News, where it runs in the schedule, and you have some systems, structures in place to guarantee editorial quality and editorial independence. And the template for that is this deal in 2018, when the American company Comcast, the giant company that owns NBC and a whole range of other American broadcasters, when Comcast was allowed to buy Sky, they agreed this deal that they would fund Sky News for 10 years with inflation-adjusted funding, and they would set up an editorial board of experienced people to give independent editorial insight to ensure the quality of Sky News did not suffer. The difficulty with that is that that was quite a small concession for Comcast because it was a $39 billion deal. They were buying the whole of British satellite television for $39 billion, and therefore to make a concession on the news was probably a price they were happy to pay. So that's where we are now. We have a new government, new Secretary of State, new Prime Minister. We don't yet have a decision. We know, because Liz Truss said it during the leadership election, that she prefers to have companies operating in the private sector. We know, because Dunellan said it on Monday on the Today programme, that she's re-examining the business case. I think what might save Channel 4 is what the civil servants talk about as bandwidth. And bandwidth is the concept that there's a limited number of things any government can do at any one time. And given the scale of the problems facing the government at present, you do wonder if privatising a small, successful television company, which doesn't want to be privatised, doesn't need to be privatised, and where the benefits are very hard to see, is going to be that high on their priorities. But I'm afraid we haven't got long to wait until we know. Thank you.
That takes us bang up to date. I'm always an optimist, but you know, it's hard being an optimist just now because things just kind of go the other way. So are there questions? Yes, Nick Hall, in the corner. There's a microphone coming.
Thank you. That was really interesting. This may be wishful thinking, but it's hard to believe, I think, that the government's not entered its death throes now. And I wonder whether you think there's a chance that as more rational Conservative MPs start to think of themselves as an opposition in waiting, that they also start to contemplate that they might want Channel 4 News policing the next government, and whether you think that that might help along with the bandwidth issue, which was, I think, also one of the issues that killed the 1996 attempt. They just ran out of time in Parliament. Whether you think that that might, in a kind of social way, help to kill this attempt at privatisation.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think the politics are getting very complex. I think as well as the MPs beginning to think, we just be a bit careful about shutting down critics of governments because we may well be the opposition and need those television news programmes to ask the critical questions. There's also the House of Lords, which is going to be full of Northern Irish protocol legislation going backwards and forwards. If you're going to try and get Channel 4 News privatisation through, one knows in the Lords there are a lot of supporters of Channel 4 on both sides, both on the opposition benches and on the government benches. So I think you're right. I think the parliamentary politics may well slow it down. And I think the best hope for Channel 4 is not that the government says, we accept it, but allows the idea, we'll give up. But that as in 97, when they ran out of time, as in 2015, 2016, 2017, where it just sort of faded away into a sort of deal that wasn't quite a deal to move to Leeds, that it just slightly fades away. And I think if you look at the issues facing the cultural sector, you know, post-COVID, economic problems, you know, the need to protect various parts of the cultural sector from what's about to hit them, is it really a high priority for the Department of Culture to be privatising Channel 4? They've got far more pressing things to do to protect other areas of the cultural sector and the cultural industries, which are now a hugely important part of our economy. So I agree with you. I think the most optimistic position is not that it goes away, but it fades.
Margaret.
Mm-hmm. This isn't a loaded question, but just curiosity, is whether you'd say that there was any difference in the degree or the type of pressures which have been put on Channel 4 News from Conservative and from Labour governments.
Well, I think, you know, I haven't been there for a while, so a lot of what I say is sort of second-hand, but I would say that it's just got progressively worse, whoever's in power. I think that who started it? I was first aware, when I was an editor, I was first aware of real pressure in the Blair government, because Peter Mandels would ring up and complain after Newsnight on a really regular basis, and then you began to feel he was complaining. Sometimes he might have a point, but sometimes he didn't have a point. I think that relations between the BBC and the Blair government got worse and worse, not least because of the David Kelly affair. My impression about what is happening now, though, is something slightly different has happened, which the Conservatives have really taken quite a strong dislike to Channel 4 News. And this is partly related to the Brexit referendum, where Channel 4 News, I think, was not biased. I think it was impartial, but it was very analytical. It asked some very tough questions. And people sometimes think asking a tough question is a sign that you're biased. I think they were suspicious of Jon Snow, and they started grumbling about Jon Snow. And I think you have seen a sort of cultural shift in the last 4 or 5 years, which is quite dangerous to Channel 4, which is that a growing number of people in the governing party are suspicious of it. But I think the pressure has simply been building as politics has become more polarised. I think what's also happened is that the politicians wind up other people. That's why I show that example of Michael Crick. With Boris Johnson winding somebody else up to go and stand in front of a camera doing a live broadcast, which, when you think about it, is not a good thing to do. In a free country, you should be able to broadcast without somebody getting in the way. One remembers what the Chinese did to CNN at Tiananmen Square. It's obviously not in the same league, but actually, in principle, it's a bad look. And it's a bad look for politicians to egg people on to do it. So I think the climate's got worse. Nick Robinson has made that point. He thought that both in the Scottish referendum and in the Brexit referendum, he was shocked by the amount of vicious attacks he was getting on social media, saying he was biased, he was in the pay of the other side. I think it's just all got more difficult. And that's why Channel 4 have to be quite careful how they manage their relations with the politicians. Which is why probably, you know, calling Boris Johnson a liar at the Edinburgh TV Festival was probably not a particularly diplomatic thing to do. It's a free country, but you are the head of news and current affairs for a major broadcaster. You have to accept your words have consequences.
Yes. Easier for us to say than her, yes. Any more questions? No, I think I'd prefer really to end on Nick Hall's possibly insanely optimistic note. He's even more optimistic than me today. So I mean, I suspect you are right, Richard. It's a bandwidth issue that will see privatisation off yet again, which has been, you know, it's been a theme, as you point out, in Channel 4's history. That mainly Conservative politicians, but not exclusively, have queued up to propose it and push it forward, and then it's run into the sands of difficult legislation, not enough time, and the rest of it. It's one of those Channel 4 soap operas. So I hope this is another episode in that one. So basically, just to wrap up the conference, I'd like to do two things. Thank Richard again for this excellent paper to finish off, and also to thank the staff of the BFI for the excellent organisation. The technical crew at the back there, to Sarai, who's been trying to organise sessions in both places at the same time, to Sophie Kendrick and Judith Ward. All three have been a really great support in organising, and Marcus behind that as well. The whole thing has been an absolute pleasure, actually, for me, which is the first time in my long academic career that's been the case, organising a conference. So I'd like to make that thanks, as well as to Richard again. So and finally, to your very good selves, as they used to say in broadcasting. The audience has been terrific. Well, you haven't been audience. You've been the stars of the show, as usual. So thank you, everybody. And it's been a great 2 days. I've learned a lot and I've thought a lot, and I hope you have too. Thank you.